I don't see the members.
Good morning, Isaac. Good morning,
Good morning.
Asif Khan.
Good morning. I don't see all of them yet. Okay, okay. Now I see them. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Due to COVID-19, Committee of Adjustment public hearings are being conducted virtually by electronic means through WebEx webinar, an online digital platform, and streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. Participants who have registered in advance will be able to make their presentations to the committee using WebEx webinar, which is moderated by city staff. Anyone wishing to view the hearing may do so by watching on YouTube. My name is Isaac Lalouz, and I'm chairing the hearing today. With me, members of the committee are Ms. Atarodi, Ms. Sankar, Mr. Kidd, and Mr. Khan. City staff will be assisting us throughout the meeting, and here we have Simon Lamb, who is Deputy Secretary Treasurer, Irving Bridge, and Brandon Clapp. Participants who have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone, and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, each participant will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you're called on to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelists when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-time allocated time. At all times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Members of the public and participants are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect these instructions. For land acknowledgement, we acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with Section 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provision of the zoning bylaw, permission to extend or alter legal non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. Anyone in attendance today who wants to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must submit a written request by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address, because the Committee of Adjustment and the TLAB will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email only. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto local appeal body known as TLAB, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal known as OLT. However, the provincial government recently amended the Planning Act and generally removed the rights of third party to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. As of November 28, 2022, only the appellant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies under the Planning Act are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. The hearing today will be as follows. I will call each item in the order listed in the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentations if desired, and when the committee does not require the presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and or take the matter directly for decision. Each speaker, including the applicant agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when the 5-minute mark is reached. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make their presentation to committee on an application. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of application are informed of the changes. Then, individuals either in support or in opposition to the application will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker at the end of their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant has the chance to address only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion, and the application will be taken to committee for decision. Now, for this morning session, we have no minutes to adopt. Thank you. For members and staff, any conflict of interest to declare? None? Okay. Now, for the, we have one item for deferral. And Mr. Secretary, do we have any files to close? No files to close. Thank you. Okay, we'll begin with number 10, which is 22, Gwendolen. We have a request for deferral. And here we have Hussein Al-Tehari. Sorry? He's the agent. Hussein Al-Tehari, are you there? Is he online? He hasn't checked yet. Okay, we have also Richard Ajubisic. He's the owner. Are you there? Richard Ajubisic. He said he's the agent. He said the owner, sorry. So the agent is not responding.
Mr. Chair, if I may, the agent with respect to this item needs to log out and log back in and enable his audio so that we can hear him.
Okay, so what do you suggest?
The agent with respect to this application needs to log out and log back in so he
Okay.
can enable his audio. Because right now I can see him, however, his microphone hasn't been enabled.
Okay, so we'll wait a few minutes. Okay, so when he comes back, let me know. Okay, so we'll start with item number 1. Number 1, which is 165 Spalding Road, application number 1. And here we have Stephen Mana. Stephen and
Yes.
Yeah, okay, hi, good morning.
Yes.
Could you please...
Hi. Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah, could you please state your name?
I'm Stephen Mana. Yeah, my name is Stephen Mana, and I'm the agent for Adam Mana, my son, at 165 Spalding Road. We have a property that we purchased there approximately 3 years ago.
Could you please just wait a second? You state your name.
Okay.
Could you tell us your own address, not the address of the property?
45 Binder Twine Boulevard in Kleinburg.
Okay, so hold a second, please. So we have here an application for severance. We have severance, 2 applications, 15 variances each. We have a staff report who has
Yes.
conditions for severance. and modification of variances that they mentioned, and engineering report of memo November 10, 2022. The heritage has no concern. We have forestry condition number 3, and we have 6 letters of support. So I'll give you your 5 minutes starting from now. Please make your presentation.
So we are applying for to sever this property. It's 24.07 meters, and we want to sever it into 2 parcels of 12.19 meters, eventually putting two homes on the properties. We do have some variances. Planning staff had some issues with a couple variances, and we amended those, and I think they meet their approval. Number 11 and number 13, we reduced the front porches down
Okay, can you
2
please,
feet approximately.
yeah, can you please give us a list of the changes you're making, number of variants, and what you're changing it to?
Yes, so variance number 11 for the proposed front platform encroachment from 4.09 meters, we reduced it to 3.48 meters.
Thank you. Next.
And variance number 13, it was 4.43 meters, the allowable. We reduced it down to 3.83 meters.
Thank you. Next.
Variance number 4, we reduced, was 4.6 meters. We reduced it to 4 meters.
Thank
And
you.
variance number 13,
Yeah.
we reduced it from 5 meters to the allowable to 4.40 meters to meet the planning recommendations.
Now, number 13, you reduced it from 4.30 to 3.88, and then you said number 13 from 5. Is that the second application?
That's the second application, correct. The 2, yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you. So please go ahead and make your representation.
Basically, this is it. I mean, we would like to sever this property into 2 parcels, and we would like to build 2 custom homes or for our family, basically for our own personal use. And we do have some variances, and yeah, we've presented them. We have letters of support, and we're hoping that we get consent to sever.
Okay, so are you finishing your presentation? I don't rush you because you have the right for 5 minutes. So if you're okay.
No, that's all. I mean,
Okay,
that's all really I have to say.
Okay, thank you. So we have here Michael Vianney. Are you there? Michael Vianney. He's in. Hello, Michael Vianney, are you there? Michael Vianney, are you there? One more time, Michael Vianney, are you there, please? Okay, are you there now?
Mr. Chair, yeah, if I may, he is present. We've unmuted his number. He's a call-in, so he's there.
Okay, Michael, are you there?
Just to confirm, he's called in
Hello?
from 416, first 3 digits, 302. Yep.
Hello, Mr. Vianney, are you there?
Hello?
Okay, good morning. Could you please state your name and address for us?
Hello, sorry. On behalf of Michael Vianney, he's not on the call right now, but there's no issue.
Okay, no issue. Okay, thank you. No issue, thank you. Yeah, and you're speaking on behalf of Michael Vianney. And what's your name?
Dana Vianney's daughter. Sorry, we sent in letters of support, so
Yeah.
we just wanted to make that clear. That's all.
have
Thank you.
Support. And you're the daughter, and what's your name?
Dana Vianney.
Okay, all right, so there is, usually we ask the agent to respond. So here we just have somebody who's supporting, and we do have letters of support. So members, any question? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question to Mr. Mana is about variance number 11 and 12. Lot area he's proposing is 488.44 meters square as against 550 meters square required, which is 12.5% less than the maximum allowed. And other variance number 12, lot frontage 12.19 meter is shorter than the required 15 meter, and this is less than 23%. Now, how do you say that these two variances are minor? Justify it.
I mean, we have to, parking, we need front pad parking, we need some type of parking in the front. In terms of, and a porch, we need to create a porch in the front. And when you say that the required minimum lot area is 550, right? The proposed is 488, so we're under the allowable, correct?
You are 12.5% less than the maximum allowed.
Okay, so that's a good thing, isn't it?
Well,
No, I don't think so.
No.
yeah, let's not go back and
Just-
forth. Just please respond to the question, and we'll move on, please.
Well, our architect did a lot of this work. I mean, we're just kind of
Okay.
following his lead, but we gave him directions on the size of the home that we wanted, and our front porch that we wanted a covered porch, and these types of things, right?
Okay. Yeah, the member is asking you.
And if there's things that,
The member was asking you, do you see that this is minor? Well, that's what it is submitting, and we'll have to make our decision. So, any other question? Any other question? If there's no question, maybe a motion. Miss Ankar, you have a question?
No,
No?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion.
Please go ahead.
So thank you. I've looked at this, and the concerns that these were undersized lots. Looking at the staff report, they've done their lot studies, and I feel fairly certain that they've gone through this and feel very comfortable with their recommendations in the January 26 staff report. So for all of those reasons, I'll put forward a motion to approve the consent to sever this property, and I'll make it subject to forestry, and I'll also make it subject to the January 26th staff report and the modifications that were listed here today by the applicant. That's my motion.
Very good. Thank you. Yeah. So the changes were recorded here, and as far as the forestry is condition number 3. Were you okay with that? Are you okay with that? Is a condition number 3?
Yes.
Mr.
Through you,
Chair?
Mr. Chair, I am. Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you. Yeah.
there's engineering. There's an engineering memo.
Yeah. There is. Yeah. Thank you. There is an engineering memo dated.
Thank you.
Dated November 10, 22. The Deputy Secretary reminding us. Thank you.
I'll make it subject to the recommendations
November
of
10.
engineering. Thank you.
Thank you. Second, Ms. Atarodi seconding. All in favor? Okay. Opposed? Ms. Khan is opposing. And your application, sir, is approved, subject to all those conditions. And you got the conditions, right? The changes you made? Staff report?
yes.
Okay, and engineering, heritage, and okay. Forestry condition number 3 and the engineering report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is not in yet. Okay. How about we just continue? Thank you. Item number 2, which is 16 Brandon Road, application number 2. And here we have Maher Manios. Are you there?
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning. Please state your name again and your address, please.
Sure. Mahir Manius, number 1 Teakwood Grove, Toronto, M3B 2H9. I'm the agent for the owner.
Okay, thank you. We have this here is for a new dwelling. You got 8 variances. TRCA has no impact, no objection. Staff report just a condition to build per site plan. 4 letters of objection, 4 letters of support, and councillor letter is asking to refuse variances related to front yard setback. Could you please make your presentation? We have few more people here to speak. Make your presentation. We'll give you 5 minutes from now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if staff could be kind enough to bring up the presentation material, there was a site plan attached with that. So it's the second page, the site plan. So variances number 2 and 3 relate to the front yard setback, being the front yard setback and architectural feature. As you can see at the back of the house, the back of the property, there's a line called the LT-STOS line, which relates to the TRCA. And in negotiation with the TRCA, we were informed that we can't put the house any further back to where the existing house is. And that's basically what you see in front of you. Is the proposed house aligns with the back house. So the only option was to build forward. Plus, we have 2 large trees in the front yard of the current home and the neighboring houses that we had to contend with. The portion of the house that's in setback is the portion that's stoned on the site plan in front of you, and it's noted as 1 story. It's basically the garage. The bulk of the house complies with the required setback, and even that portion, which is in variance, does not protrude beyond the main front wall of the house. So as the committee can see, it lines up with the other portion on the easterly side of the property. So the variance looks a little bit out of whack, and it's because of the angle of the road. So if this was a regular lot, there would be no variance. And also, I'd like to bring to the attention of the committee is the staggering of the houses. So that the easterly house at number 14 is actually 5 meters forward from the proposed new house, and the proposed new house would be about 5.2 meters forward from the westerly house. So the staggering is still intact, even with this variance being requested. Additionally, the portion of the house in variance is 8.4 square meter. If we had utilized the portion that's undeveloped on the easterly side behind the required front yard setback, there's another 16 square meters available over there. The reason we couldn't do that is because of the tree in the front yard. Forestry wanted us to be a certain distance away in order for them to be happy with the extent of the injury to that tree. Variance number 4 pertains to the FSI being 0.69 versus the allowable 0.6. The variance is due to the fact that this is a ravine property and we're only measuring to the table land. As per the first page in this presentation material, we've given examples of other properties which have been approved for FSI variances. The ones with the asterisks on them are all ravine properties, and we're actually at the low end of what's been approved on a ravine property. So there's example of number 2 at 0.77, number 4 at 0.762, number 6 at 0.79, and so on and so on. So the actual FSI over the entire property is 0.39, and the coverage is 21% versus the allowable 35%. Variances number 5 and 6 are the side yard setbacks. So we're proposing 1.07 versus 1.2. This is an improvement over the existing condition of 0.8 and 0.9, and we do have support of the 2 immediate neighbors. Last variances 7 and 8 pertain to the setback. So as I explained, that we're aligning the back of the house with the existing one, and that was the request of the committee of TRCA, and hence they have no objection to the variance. I have skimmed through the neighbors' objection letters. It seems most of them pertain to the front yard setback and the fact that we're reducing the landscaping Just want to bring to the attention of the committee that we don't have any variances for landscaping. And actually, we exceed by bounds the requirements. So the required front yard is open landscape is 50%. We're proposing 75%. And the soft landscaping is almost twice the requirement. The requirement is for 50 square meter. We're proposing 97 square meter. We have no objection to the staff request to be, if the committee sees fit to approve this application, to have it tied to the site plan. We have no intention of deviating. We wouldn't be able to build anything but a one-story, which is the portion in variance, because the FSI would not comply. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Okay, we'll come back to you. We have some, we have other people here listed. Tim Goxon, are you there? Mr. Tim Goxon.
You hear me?
Yeah, could you please?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Could you please state your name?
Yeah.
And address for us?
My name is Tim Goxon, and I live currently at 173 Rathburn Road in Etobicoke.
Thank you. So please tell us what's your concern about this application.
So I'm speaking in support. I'm the son of the owner of the property. My father, Ilhami, had bought this house in 1969, and unfortunately, just before COVID hit, he suffered a stroke and is no longer to live independently by himself. So the objective here with the rebuild is to construct a multi-generational dwelling. We are trying to make sure that my father, who's in his mid-90s now, is able to live out his last years in dignity and surrounded by his family. That's why we feel we need this space that we're asking for. As the architect has already explained to you, if this was a rectangular lot, we wouldn't be asking for any variances. But as you can see clearly from the picture on screen presently, there's a 15-foot, I think, difference between the length of the side property lines. And unless we want to build a house that was designed by Pablo Picasso or M.C. Escher, we have to go over. The midpoint of the front yard setback is at the midpoint of the house. We have letters of support from both neighbors. And in fact, if we built further forward, as we might be allowed on the top side of this diagram, we would be completely obscuring a window of 14 Brendan Road that we really didn't want to do. I was still living at 16 Brendan when the current residents at 14 Brendan moved in, and we have good relations with them, and we'd like to have good relations with people at 18, and they've supported us with this build as well, and the variance that we're requesting is on their side, and they are completely in favor. With regards to the objections, I mean, everyone is up in arms about the actual distance, which is certainly understandable if the whole house was over the front yard setback line, but it's not. And I would certainly be very pleased for the committee to put in its notes, for example, if you approve this, that this is only because the property is so angled at the front. I want to live in Bennington Heights. I lived there for 30 years, and I wouldn't want to see anybody going so far completely over the line either. And yeah, that's, I think, what I need to say about that.
Okay, thank you. So you're in support of this, okay? We know that. And any members, any question for this gentleman? He's supporting the house for his father. No question. Okay, next one is Daphne Goxin. Are you there? Yeah.
Hi, yes, this
Hi,
is Daphne Goxin.
could you please state your name and your own address, please?
Yes, my name's Daphne Goxin. Address is 645 Millwood Road in Toronto.
Okay, tell us what you want to say about this application.
Yeah, so Tim is my brother. Ilhami, the owner, is my father. Just like Tim, I grew up in this house. It's such a special property to our family. As Tim mentioned, it's been in the family for decades. It's this beautiful ravine lot where you have access to forest and trees, but you're still so close to the city and to amenities, and you can whip downtown in no time. So when my father unfortunately had a stroke and was no longer able to live independently, we had a lot of family discussions, and I fully support my brother in his plans to rebuild this house and allow my father to live with him. My brother has a young child, and I would love for my niece to grow up the same way that my brother and I did in this amazing neighborhood on this amazing property. So I just want to express my full support and that the whole family supports this plan to keep this property in the family and not sell it, to someone who might do
Okay, so
whatever with it.
so you agree with Tim, right?
I agree with Tim, yes,
So
and fully in support. And
thank
yeah.
you. So you agree and you support the application. Okay, anything else?
Yeah, I just want to say, most of the neighbors are concerned that this would set a precedent for the neighborhood, that other people are going to come in with similar setbacks. I know my brother and the architect talked on the fact that it's a very small portion of the house that's actually inside the setback. I just want to add as well that, this is an irregular shaped lot. If it were a rectangular lot like most of the homes in the area, Brendan and Lumley, the two closest streets, are completely straight and all have straight lots. Most of the other homes on Brendan Road don't have such a steep angle. This house just happens to be located right at the curve in the street. And so that's why the variance seems so large. And so we would just urge the committee to include as much language as necessary to say that this is not precedent setting, that this is a unique property with a very unique set of circumstances with both the ravine and the curve in the street, just to make sure that those neighbors know that, this is not setting a precedent and they can point to that language if future people, try to use our project as a precedent.
Okay, thank you. Any question for the?
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any question for this? No. Okay, next one we have here is Ann Anderson. Are you there? Ann Anderson.
You hear me?
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay, Mr. Anderson, could you please
Okay, great.
state your name and address for the records here?
Yeah, my name is Ian Anderson. I live at 3 Noel Avenue in Bennington Heights.
Okay, tell us what's your concern, please, about this application.
Great. Thanks a lot for the opportunity to speak with you. I'm director of our local residents association, Save Our Bennington. We've been working with our community now for the past 9 years. I want to stress that we welcome development in our area, but we just want to ensure that development strengthens and reinforces our community character, doesn't threaten that character. And to do that, let me just tell you a couple of things about Bennington Heights. We're a planned community. The original visionaries placed a very high importance on the environment and on green space in our neighborhood. The homes are placed in a consistent manner to allow uniform green spaces in front of our houses. In summary, the architecture was definitely considered to be subordinate to the landscape. And that's the way our community has evolved. As a matter of fact, you couldn't cut down any trees in our neighborhood within the footprint of a house. It took our city about 50 years to recognize the same importance of the environment and preserving our green space as our original visionaries had it. The applicant at 16 Brendan is asking for a 2.3 meter variance on the front yard setback. That amounts to nearly 8 feet. We feel that this is not a minor variance. It will negatively impact the sightlines on the street. It will reduce desirable green space in the front yard. It'll set a precedent that will be to the detriment of the street and to the community. And particularly, it doesn't respect our community character. They also require a variance of 1.3 meters for an architectural feature, which also encroaches into the front yard. Most of you know that our association, we've spoken to you many times. You'll recall that, as I say, we're not against variances when the situation calls for it. We have set ideal maximum limits for many variances, but we simply don't reject any proposal that asks for a variance above a particular number or percentage. We recognize that there are unique situations where we will support what might be considered as precedent-setting variances. The best example might be 4 blocks away, where we supported an even larger front yard setback of request of 3 meters, because we looked at their plans and determined that their setback request was, for example, a 1.5 meter improvement to an existing condition. There were some other unique characteristics about that particular lot. But as I say, the big thing is we didn't step in just to reject it out of hand. We've reviewed the plans for 16 Brendan, and we don't see any conditions here that are unique. This isn't a case of adhering to an existing footprint or improving upon it. The original house is set further back in the lot and is respectful of the proper front yard setback. And yes, it is mainly a variance for a one-story garage that is being requested. And yes, there is a bend in the street, but there's lots of other one-story garages in Bennington and lots of other curves on the roads. So this is not a variance driven by unique conditions, no matter how you look at it. It's a one-story garage that will take away front yard green space. It'll disrupt the sight lines and will set an unwanted precedent for the community. It's simply not a minor request. I'd lastly like to close by reminding the panel members of an application for variances, which is very relevant to this discussion. It was an application for variances at number 6 Brenton Road, just a few houses further south, and also on a ravine. Among the many variances they asked for was a variance for a front yard setback, which would pull the house further forward than allowed by 1.5 meters. That's about 3 feet less than the request that is before you now. For many reasons, the COA panel at that point rejected this previous front yard setback request because it was not considered a minor variance. The case was ultimately heard at the OMB. The owners eventually built a house at number 6 Brendan, but that new home was built with a front yard setback variance of 1.5 meters, or 0.15 meters, excuse me, a mere 6 inches closer to the house than allowed by the bylaws. That's all the OMB allowed them at the time. We think that sets the appropriate standard for the street, and we respectfully ask the panel to disallow both variances number 2 and 3, which are not minor in our view, and will negatively impact the character of our community. Thank you very much, panel, for your time and attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Yeah, please, thank you. We'll see members. Could you please show the members there? Remove the, thank you. Members, any question for the speaker? Okay. If none, we'll get the agent back. Mr. Manios, could you come back, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay,
so
yeah. Okay, could you please respond to those concerns, yeah?
I will. So regarding Mr. Anderson's comments, I do disagree with him about that there's no unique condition here. We are dealing with a condition of a top of slope, an angled front property line. These and the trees at the front of the house, these are all basically setting the house between a rock and a hard place. The visual impact, as I had explained, the house to the east is set back 5 meters forward from the proposed new house, and the house to the west at number 18 is going to be 5 meters back. So any passerby driving on the road will see that we've still maintained the streetscape on the street. It's not like this house is going to be projecting far forward than everything. It's actually the 5 meter setback is the same from east to west. The architectural feature, the 1.3 meters, it's a bit misleading in the fact that it's, the variance, it's because it's measured from the required front yard setback. It's actually only 12 inches or 0.3 meters from the front wall of the house. The green space, as I had explained to the committee, and without sounding like a broken record, the requirement is 50%. We're proposing 75%. The soft landscaping is twice the required 75%. We're almost at 90 square meters at the front of the house. Regarding number 6, Brendan, I'm very familiar with that property because I did the house next door to them, so I had all the history of it. I think that's completely different than what we're proposing here is because at number 6, it was a regular lot at the front of the house. Yes, it was still a ravine property, but the front property line was parallel to the front wall of the house. If we had the same condition here, we would not be requesting a variance from the Committee for Adjustment. So the only reason for this variance is because of the angle of the road, but anybody who's driving by would not perceive this because the portion of the house in variance is actually aligned with the main wall of the house. And I'm happy to answer any questions from the committee.
Thank you. Any questions? No. If no questions, can I have a motion then, please? Miss Satarodi? Ms. Atarodi, please go ahead.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I am ready to put forward a motion. I'm convinced that this front yard setback is due to the irregular shape of the lot, and also it's only due to one-story integral garage. Therefore, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with one condition of the staff, that the front yard setback be developed in accordance with the site plan drawing attached to the report, and there is no other condition.
That's it. Thank you. Second, Mr. Khan seconding. All in favor? Unanimous. Okay, Mr. Manius, unanimously approved. And the only condition is the staff report to attach to site plan. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may, the agent with respect to item number 10 is now present.
Thank you. Okay, number 10. Okay, Mr. Hossein F. Takari, are you there?
Good morning.
Good morning. Your name and your address,
yes.
please. Could you give us your name and your address, please?
My name is Hossein Abdekari. My address is 319 Elmwood Avenue, Richmond Hill, Ontario.
Okay, and you're asking for deferral of this application, and what is the reason for the deferral?
We had a conversation with the planning staff, and I reviewed the objections letters that we have received on the file. So at this moment, I would like to defer this application to have a time to have the conversation with the community and the planning staff to revise the.
Okay, that's enough. I got it. Yeah. So you to defer it to address the concerns of the staff and to make the changes to this thing. Okay. Now we have here, before we go there, we have 1, 2, 3 more people registered for this here, and we'll see if they're present and what they have to say. Harold Smith, are you there?
Hello.
Hi. Could you please state your name and address for us before?
Yes, I'm Harold Smith. I'm a registered architect. I'm a retired architect and was designated an expert witness at TLAB.
Okay, excuse me. Just for a second. Excuse me. Hello. Just your name and address, because
I'm acting on behalf. I'm assisting Marian Enriquez, who lives at 24 Gwendolyn Avenue.
Okay, thank you. And if you heard what's going to
I have a visual presentation.
Excuse me, could you please excuse me? Hello,
staff if they could please put it up on the screen.
Can you please stop it? We're not yet for any presentation or discussion. There is a request for deferral, and you tell us what's your problem about deferral. Do you agree with the deferral? Yes or no?
Oh, no, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I have a hearing issue. No, I'm all in favor of a deferral.
Thank you. Because if we decide to defer it, we'll see what the members are saying. If we decide to defer it, we're not going to discuss it today. So you can keep your presentation perhaps for next time, okay? So you're okay with the deferral?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So next one is Miriam Henricks. Are you there? Miriam Henricks. Not there.
Mr. Chair, they are present. I'm of the understanding, though, that Mr. Harold Smith was also representing them. You can double check that, but Miriam Henrique is present.
How about the next one? Richard Ejubisic, are you there? Richard Ejubisic. He's the owner.
Richard is not present, Mr.
He's
Chair,
not present.
nor did he provide a phone number to call in with.
Okay, he's the owner. So let's go check with Miriam. Miriam Henriks, are you there? Okay. Let's try one more time. If is she recorded there? Is she present?
Mr. Chair, Miriam is present. However, I would suggest checking back in with Harold Smith. I think he did indicate that he was representing Miriam, so maybe we'll check in with him just to clarify.
Okay, Harold Smith. Okay. Mr. Smith, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here. I confirm that Ms. Enriquez would support deferring this application.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So that's covered. Thanks. Okay, so members, any question? There is a request for deferral in order to address the concerns of the staff plus making some changes. Any? I don't see them. Okay. Miss Atarodi?
I'm ready to put forward a motion.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to defer this application sine die so that the applicant have enough time to address the city staff concern and modify the design.
Thank you. Second, Mr. Kitt, seconding. All in favor? Ms. Sankar? Ms. Sankar, yes or no? For? Are you for? Thank you. Okay, unanimous. So, sir, your application is deferred sine die. So check with the staff when it's coming back.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, so that's number 10 is gone. All right, so we're in number 3, application number 3, which is 176 Burnett Avenue, application number 3. And here we have Shiraz Kevorkian. Are you there? Shiraz Kevorkian?
Mr. Chair, what number we are talking about?
Member Khan, we're on number 3.
Number 3?
Yeah, okay, number 3. Could you please remove that the thing from there? I can't see the members. As soon as that's finished, you can remove it. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, now I see you. Yeah, we're calling number 3, which is 176 Burnett Avenue. So, and here we have one person we called, and I don't hear anything from them. Shiraz Kevorkian.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, could you please state your name and address for us?
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Chair, and good morning, committee members. My name is Shiraz Kevorkian. I'm the agent of the client at 176 Burnett Avenue.
Okay.
My address is 10 Four Seasons Place, Toronto.
Thank you. So we don't have anybody else registered here, just you. We understand the staff report is asking to modify variance number 1, number 2, per your suggestion. Could you please tell us what you were changing it to?
So we had the chance to work with the city planner in city planning North York District after applying to the adjustment, where they advised us to consider reducing the height from the original proposed 8.58 meters, and we agreed to reduce it to the height of 8.38 as the submitted revision. We tried to keep a minimum clear height for the second floor of 2.5 meters, which is the equivalent of 8 feet 2 inches.
Okay, so you don't have to explain. Just tell us, please. You're changing to modify variance number 1 from 8.58 to 8.39. Is that correct?
Correct.
And number 2, you're changing it from 9.06 to 8.88.
Correct.
Okay, so that's all. That's all the changes, and we have no no comment to submit. Okay, so let's see what the members. Any? Did you did you make some? Do you want to make some more presentation, or you're finished? Are you all done?
No, I'm good. Yeah.
You're all done. Thank you. Members, any question? There is 2 changes. No questions, so can I have a motion then, please? Ms. Sankar? Ms. Sankar first.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. This to me does meet the 4 tests, especially that it does meet the staff report. So I'll put forward a motion to approve this application and make it subject to the January 26th staff report and the changes that were made here by the applicant here today. That's my motion.
Thank you. Second? Mr. Tarodi seconding. All in favor? Unanimous. Okay, thank you. Sir, your application is approved unanimously, subject to those conditions.
Thank you.
Okay, number 4. Application number 4, which is 50 Donwood Drive, application number 4. And here we have Mr. Joe Hoffman. Are you there?
Good morning, members of the committee.
Good morning. Your name and your address for us, please.
Joe Hoffman. I'm counsel for the owner at Goodman's LLP, and my address is 333 Bay Street, Suite 3000.
Thank you. So we have here this is for a greenhouse addition, 2 variances, and letters of. So we have 22 letters of support. TRCA has no impact or no objection, and forestry condition number 1. Do you want to make a very short presentation? Or
I'll be very quick because I don't think a detailed presentation is needed, although we have prepared one if the committee would like. Just quickly, Mr. Chair, as you noted, this is a proposal for a small greenhouse over an existing deck at the rear of the house. City staff have no objections. There's no conditions being requested by city staff. No neighbors are opposing that I'm aware of. And as you noted, there's been significant community outreach. And as a result, many neighbors have written in support of the application. So with that, sir, we are requesting approval of the 2 small minor variances to permit a greenhouse at the rear of the property. And again, I noted we have provided a detailed presentation, and I'm happy to go into more detail if the committee thinks that's necessary.
okay, thank you. Any question? No questions. Can I have a motion then, please? Ms. Sankar?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I do believe that this meets the 4 tests. I think that it is minor and there's no other concerns that's been presented. So I'll put forward a motion to approve this application and make it subject to forestry. Thank you.
Okay, forestry condition number 1. Are you okay with that?
Sir, is forestry condition number 1 a requirement for a permit?
Well,
So can I just quickly speak? Can I just quickly speak briefly to that?
Excuse me, hold a second. We have in our records that is subject to forestry condition number 1. We used to say before just forestry, but now we're asked to mention what is exactly the forestry is asking for. And in this case, they're asking for condition number 1, which you have to take up with them. We don't go to the details. Okay? So that's
Yes, sir. But if I could just quickly speak to that, because I think there's a point for the record that's important. Our client has worked with forestry
Chair,
staff on this very
Mr.
issue?
Chair, we were in the middle of a motion.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, well, it's okay. He's, so what we have here, Ms. Sankar has the approval. Is okay with approval of the thing with condition of forestry, and the forestry is actually for condition 1, and this is our motion.
Sorry, I appreciate you're in a motion, and I apologize.
Excuse me. We are in the middle of the motion, and we cannot discuss it back. So could you just hold a second? We'll see first if this is if passed or it didn't pass. Ms. Sankar is submitting the motion, and do I have a second for it? Second, Mr. Kitt. All in favor? Unanimous.
Mr. Chair,
Sir,
there is no forestry condition.
Sir, your application is unanimously approved, subject to what we have on the file, subject to forestry, and that's the decision. And please do what you have to do, because this is the decision of the committee. Okay, so next we have application number 5, which is 11 Gateheads application number 5. And here for number 5 we have Mr. Randall Dickey. Are you there?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair, members of committee. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, perfect. So just state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, thank you. My name is Randall Dickey. My address is 446-1111 Davis Drive in Newmarket, and I am the authorized agent for the property owner who wishes to construct a new dwelling.
Thank you. This is a new dwelling. We just have 5 minor variances. There is forestry condition number 2, and transportation is okay, subject to conditions listed in their memo of February 1st, 2023. Now, because we have another speaker here listed, we need you to make a very small presentation, please, and you have 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of committee. The proposal is to construct a new dwelling. What is before you today is a request for 5 variances, and I will go through them very quickly. Item number 1, dealing with the downspout pipe location where it's attached to the eaves trough. I feel this is a very, very technical and minor matter of interpretation. This only applies to the downspout 24 feet above grade where it's tied into the eaves trough. Variance number 2 deals with coverage. A slight increase in coverage is being requested of 2.02%. I would note that there's still ample room on this site for amenity areas, for on-site parking, as well as access around the entire perimeter of the dwelling. Variance number 3 deals with where the driveway is situated on the front or flankage side of the property. And I would note that what is being proposed is consistent to what already exists. So the variance is to essentially to allow the driveway to access off the street where it currently does right now. Item number 4, and I would note I have reviewed the engineering comments with regards to that access, and I have no objection to that condition. Variance number 4 deals with a reduction in side yard setback, and I would note that that only applies to the south side and only applies to the garage portion of the building footprint. Past the garage, the side yard setback widens out substantially. I would also note that the current garage is located 1.2 meters, so this proposal would actually move the existing side yard setback for the garage further away from the south lot line. And finally, variance number 5 is variance to height under the old bylaw. This proposal does comply with the new zoning bylaw in terms of height. Finally, I have no objections to either the engineering comments with respect to the driveway or the tree condition from forestry. I'd be pleased to answer any other questions the committee may have, and I will try to address any comments that are raised by the other speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll be back to you after we see if this person is here. Mariam Kayama, are you there? Mariam Kayam. Is she only? Yeah. Okay, we're waiting. Miriam, are you there? Mariam Hayama. She said he's there. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, they are present and they are unmuted.
And they are unmuted. Thank you. Okay, Miss Mariam Hayam, are you there? If you're there, could you please speak up?
Mr. Chair, why don't we hold this down? We'll try to get a hold of her and just move on to the next one, please.
Yeah, well, after he made the presentation and all that stuff, we'll try one more time. He said she's online. So she's online, yeah? She's there. Mariam Kayam, are you there? Brandon, we'll go to the next one. And we'll come back to it. Okay. Okay, so Mr. Randall, we're still waiting for one more person to show up. We're going to go to the next one, and we'll come back, and if she's not there, we're going to move on. So,
Understood.
Item number 6, which is 33 REDMOUNT application number 6. And here we have Vlad Amirjo. Are you there? Vlad Amirjo. What's wrong with you? Vlad Amirjo.
Mr. Chair, Vlad is present and is unmuted.
Mr. Amurjev, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Could you please state your name? Your name and address, please.
Sure. My name is Vlad Amirjoev, and I am at 33 REDMOUNT.
Thank you.
In Toronto, M3H 282.
Okay, thank you. We have a new dwelling. We have some 8 variances. Forestry condition number 1 and 2, and that's all we have. Members, do we need a presentation here? There's nobody else listed here. No? Okay. Mr. Kate?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a question with regard to the variance number 1, the proposed front yard setback. It seems,
maybe
if I could get an explanation why that seems so.
Okay, maybe we can have, since there is questions, we'll have
Yeah.
to make a small presentation.
Mr. Chair, I actually had a presentation I wanted to walk you and the committee through. Do you have a copy of it?
Please, Mr. Amazing, could you please make a small presentation and we'll give you maximum 5 minutes. Could you
Sure, but I assume you don't have this. I don't know if you have the slides. Oh, here. Okay. Okay. Well, first of all, thank you very much and good morning. And my name is Vlad, as I said. I'm the owner of 33 REDMOUNT. And I'd like to thank you guys for your time today. And this is actually our second time in front of the committee. We've taken the feedback from our last presentation from the committee and the city staff and amended our design to reflect those. We also have significant support, over 10 support letters that we received on our previous application, which is very similar to this one, with the exception of the changes that we made as per the city staff's recommendation. In short, it's a proposal to build a two-story dwelling with an integral garage. Generally, the neighborhood is going through a significant redevelopment cycle. We moved into this house about 5 years ago. Both of our neighbors right to the north and east have recently redeveloped their properties, as well as 3 other properties that are visible from our backyard and another property from down the street. As you can see, the variances we're requesting meet the 4 tests of a minor variance. It's the minor nature, desirable and appropriate, and the changes are in compliance with the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw and the official plan. If you look at some of the precedents, 32 Redmount is an example. You know, we're asking for lot coverage of 32%. They're at 40%. The 2 Corwin properties are at 39 and 38% each. If you look at our building length, it's, you know, we're at 19. These same comparables are at 21, 21, and 20 and a half. So, you know, our application or our request here for variances is well below the neighbor right across the street from us, as well as maybe many of the neighbors that are in the area. And in terms of, and just to address the question that a committee member had, we're sitting kind of on a bend. I don't know if you can see it. I think you can see it. And it's just due to the lot configuration, is it kind of, the property sits on the curve. It's an irregular property. And so we, and frankly, we you know, we wanted a little bit of, you know, extra backyard if we move the property. You know, I mean, that's the reason sort of for the setback that one of the committee members had a question about. And thank you very much. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kitt, are you okay, or do you want to still ask question?
I'm fine, thank you.
You're okay? Any other question? Mr. Tarodi, do you have a question?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. The applicant mentioned that they, when he was explaining regarding the variance, he mentioned the lot coverage they propose is 32%, but what we have in front of us is 32.7%. I would like to clarify to see if the applicant is modifying it or it was just a.
No, so I apologize. I didn't use a decimal. So it's 32.7, which is still, it's, yeah, 32.7%, which is still below, you know, any really of the comparables that are either on our street or adjacent streets.
Okay, so.
I just, I still have some comment regarding this application. This application was before us like 5 months ago.
Yeah.
And this application come with one more variance which have been dropped, but I think 5 out of the 9 variances are exactly the same as what you proposed before. So it means the height, length, and south side setbacks, stairwells, those things haven't been modified. The only modification that we see is that you ask for more front yard setback, and also you ask for more the platform encroachment. The number 5 and 1 haven't been modified to make it better. It's, I mean, you come back and ask for more variance. The only modification compared to the previous submission is that the lot coverage, you just reduce it 0.1%. So is there?
Yeah.
So I'm not still convinced that this is minor, and when I look at the numbers, it's still not, to me, it's not minor. So if you can explain.
Yeah. So the focus of the city staff report, and in fact, I believe you were at that committee meeting. The reason for the objection was the city staff's comment in terms of the wall heights were not addressed at the time. And so we've addressed that. We've changed our design entirely to get rid of that and the balcony, which the city staff, those are the 2 things that the city staff and yourself have identified at the prior committee, and we have changed our design to reflect that. The remainder of the variances are, in our opinion, if you look at, the property across the street, what we're asking for is significantly below that property, as well as a property that's down the street from us on 2 Redmount, and the 2 properties that I've mentioned before on Corwin. So, we did our best, and we've come back here five months later. We've changed our design. We've spent considerable amount of money to address those issues that you and the city staff have focused on. I believe the rest of the variances were not of meaningful issue to the city staff and to the committee members last time, just based on the recording of the meeting. And so we really focused on what was important to you, and the rest we believe is within scope of what others have done, right across the street and right behind us. And by the way, I should say we got over 10 support letters for this design. We spent a lot of time to make this, the design of the house appealing to our neighbors, and we don't have a single objection. Everyone's really excited about this project that we're doing for our family. We've lived in this house for 5 years.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, you're asking for 8 variances and you're not changing anything. So, members, any other question or motion, if you want to have any? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Atarudi has already touched upon the question that I wanted to ask. When variances were refused on July 28, in which Ms. Atarudi was a part of that panel, and now I have 3 variances in front of me, and none of them has been changed from the previous one when they were refused. Why should we consider them to approve now?
Well, yeah. Okay.
So if you look at the outcome of the July 28th meeting, the issue really was around a variance that was a significant, which was the wall height, right? Like that was the focus of why the application was rejected, right? The other variances did not appear to be material. They were not necessarily questioned. They were not by the city staff or the committee at the time. And so we're really focused on the issues that were of significant importance to the committee and to the staff. And we've spent considerable resources and time to address those issues.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Amadou, your 3 variances do not comply with the zoning bylaws. They are deficient.
Okay, so those are comments, and let's move on and see what this is the variances. He's not changing anything. Let's make our decision. And if there is no more question, I'd like a motion and we'll move on. Mr. Khan. Mr. Khan, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Although there is no staff recommendation at the moment for this application, variances resubmitted nearly the same as refused previously on July 28, 2022. Variance number 1, 2, and 3 are not minor. Therefore, I move this application be refused.
We have a motion to refuse. Do I have second? Mr. Kett is seconding. All in favor? Mr. Tarodi too. Okay, opposed? Ms. Sankar is opposing, and
Mr. Chair, does it help if?
Excuse me, we're into motion now. We cannot reopen the case. So we have a motion which was approved by the other 3, and Ms. Sankar is opposing. So the application is refused. Thank you. Can we go back to number 5, Mr. Is it number 5? Okay. If she's not there, we're just going to move on.
So, Mr. Chair, we have an email from Miriam suggesting that she wants to participate. She is present. She is unmuted.
So she.
They did not
Yes,
provide a phone.
Hi.
Oh, hi. Is that Mariam?
Hi.
Ah,
Yes, this is Mariam
hi.
Kayal.
Good morning. Could you please state your
Good
name?
morning.
Tell us your name and your address for us, please.
It's Mariam Kayal, number 10 Gatehead Road.
Okay, tell us what's your concern about this application.
I just want to ask about this application. So what is the purpose of dwelling?
Excuse me, what's your question? The surface of the dwelling?
Yes, what is the purpose of
The purpose.
dwelling the property? Yes.
What's the purpose of the dwelling? They want to build new homes. Okay. Well, any other question beside this?
That's all. Thank you.
That's it. Okay. Mr. Randall, could you come in back and ask her and answer her question? What's the purpose of this application?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chairman. The purpose is to develop a new two-story residential dwelling, a single detached dwelling on the property.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And yeah, it's a new dwelling. Okay, we have five variances. Forestry condition number 2, as we said, and transportation is okay, subject to only conditions listed in their memo February 1st, 2023. Members, any question to this gentleman? If not, can I have a motion, please? Mr. Khan first, yes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I find this variance as minor, and therefore I move this application be approved with forestry conditions.
Okay, and transportation condition 2?
But that's right, sir. Thank you for that note, yes.
Okay, and there is forestry condition 2. Okay. Can I have a second, please? Ms. Satarodi seconding. All in favor? Unanimous. Okay, sir, your application unanimously approved, subject to those 2 conditions, which is forestry condition number 2 and transportation. Okay?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Item number 7, which is 424 Ellerslie Avenue, application number 7. And here we have Bruno Lopez. Are you there? Bruno Lopez. He was.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Bruno Lopez.
Good morning. Could you please state your name and address for us?
Yes, my name is Bruno Lopez from MXL Engineering. We are at 1649 St. Clair Avenue West in Toronto.
Thank you. So we have here a new dwelling with 6 variances, forestry condition number 2, and we have 3 letters of objection, and we have 2 people registered here, and therefore we need you to make a small presentation, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. So we have submitted this application already a while ago. We received some comments from city staff planning. So I engaged myself with Julia Covelli, and believe it or not, she actually born and was raised on that neighborhood. So she was very, very detailed with actually the knowledge of the variances that we bring before you. So if we go one by one, actually, if staff can pull the drawings that we resubmit, Mr. Chair, we're going to have to do some amendments to our application, which there are a couple variances that will change.
Okay, you're making changes? Could you please tell us what's the number of the variance and what you're changing it to?
Correct. So to support the resubmitted drawings to the committee, which you have, variance number 1, instead of 32.8%, we are now at 31.71%.
31.7 what?
31.71.
Thank you. Next.
Variances, both number 3 and number 4, Instead of having a setback that we proposed at 121, we're gonna have a setback of 145.
Thank you. Any other change?
And that's it. So
thank you. Okay.
that's it.
So please go ahead. Keep going.
So, Mr. Chair, continuing, the reasoning for these variances changes, I was honestly mistaken when I started this application, and the reason we had it at 1.1 was precedence by committee. But however, I misinterpret the lot frontage. So the lot frontage went into another category, and that's why in conversation with Julia, she mentioned that previous applications were approved at 145, so she strongly recommended and advised for us to reduce the setbacks on both sides from 1.8 to 145. The same thing applies with number one, variance number one. We are very, very close. We try hard, but it's very, very minor. Variance number two, we're talking about the balcony. It's a front balcony that we have it at 5.6 square meters. And if staff can pull out, actually could be drawing number A0203, we can see clearly in the front what happens. And the reason why this looks a little bit bigger, it's because we actually have some roof overhanging over it. In reality, the usage is actually about very close to the 4 meters. However, because of structural design and so, we actually have to leave it at 5.6. Number 3 and number 4, which is the variances for setbacks. So we reduced it to previously approved committee decision. Number 5, with the height, the reason for the height variance is because we want to keep the character of the neighborhood. So we have sloped roofs. So if staff can pull drawing A0205, you'll see the character that we have, and the variance is very minor. Again, staff has no issues with whatsoever. Number 6, again, it's a very odd variation. Again, it's very interesting that we still have these under the bylaw. So the reason why the floor finish is 1.5 meter height is measured from the center of the road. However, we have sort of a rolling up slope. If staff can pull up drawing 0302, which is next one, you can clearly see how the lot is coming up. And in fact, if you notice, our finished floor height is about 3 feet something. It's not even the common 1.2 meters. We are below it. So this is just some nature of the existing lot and that we can comply. So in essence, we try to have a very eclectic design, very nice design. We are within the very close limit of GFA. We are not wrong with FSI. We are very close with the height, and the building length, we keep it within the limits. And if you see if staff can pull out our site plan, you can see that our new proposed dwelling is very look-alike in dimensions to the one to the right. Slightly bigger than the one to the left, but being considerate with the neighbors that we are not getting even closer to the building length allowance.
Okay, that's it. Thank
That's
you.
it.
Thank you. We'll be back to you after we hear the other speakers, see if they're here. Peter Murphy, are you there? Peter Murphy?
Hello? Can you
Yeah,
hear
hi.
me?
Could you please state your name and address for us, please?
My name is Peter Murphy, and I reside at 3 Catalda Court in Toronto.
Thank you. Could you please tell us what's your concern about this application?
Yeah, if staff could call up my presentation and advance to the first photograph, I'd appreciate that. I reside at that's not my presentation, that's Mr. McCusey's. My presentation is from myself, Peter Murphy, and Mi-Sun Yoon. It was the next submission dated after Mr. McCusey's, please. I reside at the property adjoining the subject property to the north, and we feel that these variances will not be minor if you consider our interests and also not consistent with the streetscape and the local neighborhood. If you add up variances 5 and 6, that amounts to about an additional meter in height to the property. And we feel that will diminish our views, privacy, and sunlight that we enjoy from the north. And if staff could call up my presentation, you'd see I've included photographs that show our view from the north. We've got 2 photographs showing how this will diminish our sunlight and views, and the second photograph shows how this will diminish our privacy by expanding on the height of the property. We're also concerned about variance number 4, which would reduce the setback to the west by 0.6 of a meter. And if staff could call up my presentation and advance to the 4th photograph, you'd see how narrow the space is between this property to the west, and how reducing that setback to just 0.6 seems to not be minor. Thank you, staff. Yeah, so if you go to the first photograph. And if there's any, yeah, thank you. So that's a view from our garden, and we purchased this property largely reliant on this sunlight for our garden, as we're gardeners. And so we're concerned that the additional meter will reduce our sunlight exposure. If you advance to the next photograph, please. You'll see how our view to the south is. So by adding an additional meter, we feel this will diminish our privacy to our family dining area. If you'd advance again, please, staff. This is a photograph of Ellerslie Avenue and the subject properties in the middle. And you'll see how building the 2-story dwelling with an additional meter height does not appear to be consistent with the streetscape and the neighborhood quality. And if you'd advance again, staff, I'd appreciate it. This will be my final photograph. You can see how the division between the 2 properties, to the left there is the subject property, and then to the right, that's the westerly property, is very narrow as it is. By reducing the dwelling and allowing them to have 0.6 of a meter less than the required setback, I feel we'll have a very narrow gap, not consistent with the streetscape and not suitable for the development of this property and its proper use. And I'll just make a final comment that I feel very concerned about the effect of this proposed development and the variances on the property to the west and Mr. McCusey's property, and I think he will present next. But I feel strongly that by permitting such a bigger structure than what is currently permitted by the bylaw, will not be consistent with the neighborhood and streetscape, particularly from the view of Mr. McCusey's property to the west, but also the property to the east on Ellerslie, which are single-story bungalows, and they'll be dwarfed by this new development. Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee.
Thank you. We'll see if there's any question. You mentioned number 4. Yeah, you noticed the change he made, right?
Well, what I have is a reduction of the setback to 1.21 meters. Is that incorrect?
No, he changed it to 1.45. So just to mention that to you.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, just to record it, but let's see what the members have to say. Any questions?
Thank you.
Speaker? No? Okay, we have one more speaker. And the other speaker is Michael Mattiusi or Macchiusi. Michael, are you there?
My name's Michael McCusey. I live at 428 Ellerslie Avenue.
Good morning. Could you please tell us what's your
Good
concern?
morning.
Tell us what's your concern about this application.
For sure. Our family submitted the letter of objection. I see you have that on the screen, and feel the minor mass, height, proximity, area, and bulk variances will have major impacts and adversely affect our property and the surrounding neighborhood. We have serious worries related to increased flooding, And as Peter mentioned, loss of sunlight, privacy, diminished views, and the new development is not consistent with the character of our community. As Mr. Murphy has discussed our concerns relating to loss of sunlight, privacy, and diminished views. Our family's primary concern is the proposed building area and height is going to compound drainage issues and property flooding that we've been experiencing. This new house and garage that abuts our house on the west was constructed in 2012. Since that time, our backyard has flooded 4 times in the past 10 years, causing water to sweep into our basement, soil erosion, as well as wood rot on our fence posts. If you can go to, I believe it's page 3 or 4 of the presentation, you can see the damage and the flooding.
Are you finished? We'll see.
No, I am not, sorry.
So please go ahead.
The water damage has caused patent defects, constant worries each thawing period. We can't enjoy our backyard, and it's cost us thousands of dollars in sump pump rentals, foundation repairs, fence repairs, raw materials. We fear the size and the scope of the delving will amplify the water outflow onto our property, causing additional draining issues, flooding, foundation, soil erosion, and further fence damage. We're hoping all the appropriate measures are taken account with the final build to stop any further flooding issues, including engineered block retaining walls, French drains, the roof slopes, east troughs, downspout locations, as well as durable fencing and landscaping that will help with irrigation. Given the concerns, we question whether an increased floor space outweighs the impacts to our abutting land and our Willowdale neighborhood. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Any question for this gentleman? No? Okay, we'll get back the agent. Mr. Lopez, could you come back, please?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. If staff can put up the presentation for Mr. Peter. Yes, I would like to address a couple of the concerns. So Mr. Peter, in a sense, he somehow was misleading committee right now as he was speaking, because he kept referring about 1 meter on the height that we are seeking variance, and actually we are seeking 0.54 meters, so half a meter. So that's my first comment. So another comment that I believe he intentionally to mention.
Sir, we're losing you. Are you okay? Are you still there?
Yeah, sorry. What he probably forgot to mention is that his house is a 2-story facing my client's backyard and actually has a walkout basement. So the overall height of his building is going to be considerably higher than the building that we are proposing. And you can see it on the pictures. If you see it from, if staff can move on to the picture that shows the street on his presentation. There you go. You can see at the rear in behind the subject property, all the properties along Cataldo, they are 2-story plus. So actually you can see the roofs of their properties as from the street as we are right now. I think if we move to the next door neighbor, Mr. Michael, 428, can you please staff leave it at this picture at what it is? It's very interesting. Next door neighbor, he is concerned. If staff can move the picture to that rear view. If you move the slide one, I believe it's one down. There we go. If committee members can look at this picture, actually, this is the next door neighbor that had a presentation. I believe he's mentioning about the flood situation that he had, and apparently it's due to construction to the adjacent, the other side lot. I don't really can comment on that. What I can comment is that he has an existing non-compliant situation. He used to have a carport. That carport now is a closed garage. And if you see and by our survey, actually that roof of that garage attached to the building is now on 0 property line and doesn't have eaves trough. So the water is fully discharging into my client's property. So this is something that we have to address in the future. So being a building on 0 property line, again, as today's code, it has to be fire rated. There are a lot of conditions. So if we are talking about setbacks, Again, we have an existing condition on 0 property line that maybe we have to be dealing at a separate time in a separate venue. Regarding the flooding situation, it's not something that we have to deal with our application. He has problems of maybe poor soil conditions. You know, he can do a dry well. There are engineering alternatives out there. And I believe I have addressed all their concerns. In terms of heights, again, it's a very minor. In terms of GFA, we are a 1-point-something% above the allowance. So again, I believe that this application is very, very minor on the variances. We try really hard to not even being here at committee, but due to the design and have something creative, we have to actually have a few variances.
Okay, thank you. Members, any question for this speaker? Ms. Atarodi?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I just want to ask the agent to clarify one thing for me. I know that he modified variance number 1, 3, and 4. Did he also modify variance 5? Because in his explanation, he said that the height is only 0.54 meter above the permitted, which the number that we see here, 9.42, I think it's 0.62, which is around 2 feet. Is the applicant also changed the variance number 5, or no? It was just something that I heard by mistake.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, Madam Authority, it's actually absolutely correct. It's 0.62 meters, 0.62, yes, but it's not 1 meter. Let's put it that way.
All right. Yes, thank you. No, I just want to double check because when you explain, you refer to 0.54. I just thought maybe you modified and I missed it. Thank you for clarification.
Okay.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question? Can I have a motion then?
No, I'm ready to put forward a motion.
Okay. Please go ahead.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with the following changes. Variance number 2, the proposed lot coverage is now 31.71%. Variance number 3, the proposed east side yard setback is now 1.45. And variance number 4, the proposed west side yard setback is 1.45. And also subjected to urban forestry memo.
Okay.
That's my motion.
Yeah, you said variance number 2 change. It's not number 2. It's number 1. The coverage is number 1.
My mistake. Variance number 1. The lot coverage is now 31.71%.
Cover number 1. Very good. Thank you. Any second? Ms. Sankar seconding or in favor? Unanimous. Okay, sir, your application is unanimously approved subject to those changes and the condition of forestry, and that's it.
Thank you.
Application number 8, which is 23 LAURELCREST Avenue, application number 8, and this is Miss Aida Evangelista. Are you there?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members. Ida Evangelista.
Good morning.
53 Bentworth Avenue.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, so we have here is a second floor addition, new deck, porch to the existing dwelling, 6 variances. Forestry condition 1 and 2, and staff report is asking to build per north side elevation drawings, and we have 5 letters of support. So just a small, could you just make a small presentation, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair, no problem. So I did provide a submission which outlines all the variances, pages 3 and 4. You'll see all the variances. Page 3 shows variances 1 to 4, and then page 4 will show you variance 5. So what we have here is we have an existing bungalow, one-story home with a garage. And what we're proposing to do is add a second floor, keep the garage. So the footprint of the house will remain the same. But what we are doing is we are adding on a portion behind the garage. So what we are proposing, the side yard setbacks that we have as variances are existing. We also have a side yard setback at the front porch, variance number 3, which is also existing, but we are making the porch just a little bit wider just to have a little bit more of an entryway. Our variance relating to the height, variance number 5. So if you look at the front elevation, and that's why staff would like to tie the front elevation to the decision, which we are okay with. Because if you take a look, so this is being considered a flat roof because more than 50% of the area is flat. So, and it calculates all the areas of flat portion as I've shown you on page 4 of my submission. You'll see the garage, the flat roof portion of the roof, at the front where the porch is, and at the back where the deck is. So that it all comes into play, and the calculation of those, flat roof portions is more than 50%, and that's why we have the variance. However, if you take a look at the front elevation, it clearly shows that there is a slope on the roof, and the overall height of the roof area is 8.83, and to the underside of the eaves is 6.58, which is well below what would be typically, permitted. So with these variances, I respectfully submit that what we're proposing is very desirable and appropriate use of the lands. We are just wanting to, and you can even refer to some of my pictures. You'll see the siting of the house, the front, the side, the west, southwest views, and I will add that the owners did approach the neighbors directly, immediately affected, and they've all signed the letters of support. And I am open to any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Any question? If no question, can I have a motion then, please? Mr. Kate?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I accept the explanation provided by the agent, and I feel the requested variances are of minor nature. I'd like to put forward a motion to accept the application, subject to the planning staff condition that the proposal be developed substantially in accordance with the north side elevation drawing submitted to the Committee of Adjustment, attached as attachment 1 to the planning staff report dated January 23rd, and also subject to forestry conditions number 1 and 2.
Thank you. Second, Mr. Khan, all in favor? Thank you. Ms. Evangelista is unanimously approved based on those 2 conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members. We'll see you this afternoon.
Thank you.
So.
Yeah, okay. We'll have like about 10 minutes break, okay? 10-minute recess. Thank you. I need that.
Somebody's got it. You're like, hey, yeah, I'm sure that's what you said. Oh, excuse me. Oh, okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're resuming our session, and we're into item number 9, which is 11 Paultiel Drive, application number 9. And here we have Senchu Zhang. Are you there?
Oh, yes, I'm here.
Okay, could you please
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Yeah.
Please state your name and address for us, please.
Yeah, my name is Shenju Zhang, architect, representing the owner of the property.
Thank you.
So we propose.
Okay, we have here, we have a new dwelling with 4 variances. We have transportation okay with it, with conditions, and forestry condition, and 2 letters of objection. Now, because we have 3 more speakers, therefore we need you to make a presentation, please, of 5 minutes.
Yeah, I can quickly speak about that. So we have 4 minor variances. The variance 1 and 2, we requested to facilitate a 3-car garage. So the number 1 is the driveway width. The bylaw allows 6.0 meters. We proposed 8.79 meters, but that width is only about 6 meters in front of the garage. The rest of the driveway and the curb cut remains less than 6 meters where the existing driveway located. The item 2 is the total garage door width. So as I said, for 3-car garage, we proposed the 7.32 meters, while the building, the bylaw allows 6.0 meters. And the item 3 is about the coverage. We proposed 32.0%, while the bylaw allows 30%. So that idea we take from the project at the same street, the 19 Paultiel circle. So the last one is the front yard setback. Because the lot is quite shallow, is 65 frontage and 100 feet depth. We the bylaw allows requires 8.33 meters. We propose the 7.69 meters. That is the existing front yard setback. So we believe that all the variances are minor. So that's what I say now, and then I'm ready to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 3 more speakers, and we'll come back to you. Fang Lin, are you there? Fang Lin or Francis Yi? Fang Lin, Francis Yi. Okay, maybe we'll go to the next one. Lily Kastelik, are you there? Lily Kastelik. Lily Kastelik, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, can you please state your name and address for us?
My name is Lily Kostelek, and I live at 14 Paultiel.
Okay.
So I'm directly west of the proposed home.
Thank you. Tell us what's your concern about his application.
One of the concerns I had was with the application itself. I found there were some things that were inaccurate, and I just wanted to make sure there was reference, which you can see in my letter, that they were talking about retaining the existing home, whereas I believe that's probably not the case. Is that correct? That no part of the existing home is being retained? Because the statement says that the existing house will be retained, and I'm assuming it's being all demolished.
Could you please just continue with your presentation, and we'll have the agent answer all the questions.
Okay. I also feel that the variances that they've requested are not minor, so they do not satisfy the 4 statutory tests.
Are you finished?
Greater than the permitted.
When you finish, let us know so we can move on, please.
Can you hear me?
We hear you. Just please keep going on.
Okay. And the garage door width that they proposed is also about 22% greater than the permitted. And I just feel that the requests that they've made are, first of all, exceed the sizes that are consistent with other homes in the area and compromise the prevailing character of our street. The height of the home is quite a bit higher than all the existing homes on the street, which are moderate-sized bungalows and sort of mid-sized 2-story homes. But my primary concern is over the excessive size of the proposed driveway and the garage doors. In the winter, if there's a three-car driveway, I'm just wondering what's going to happen with snow removal. So there's going to be issues with that, because that's going to end up on the street or neighboring properties. So I don't feel that the variances that are requested are minor, nor do they comply with the statutory tests under the Planning Act.
Okay, that's it. So we'll have him respond to those questions after we hear the other ones. In the meantime, I see if the members have any question. Any question for the speaker? So we can move on to the next one. The next one is Robert Burns. Are you there? Robert Burns?
Hello, I'm here.
Hi, could you please state your name and address?
Robert Burns, 9 PAULTIEL.
Thank you. So please tell us what's your concern about this application.
I shared 2 of the concerns of the previous caller in that variance 1 and variance 2, the width of the driveway and width of the triple car garage are excessive and not in keeping with the other homes on the street. My other point of contention is on the on page 3 of the proposed plan that was posted on site for our review. I think it's titled page A002, the site statistics, failed to disclose the existing wall height, width of the building, width of the driveway, and the total building area. I understand that it lists the proposal and the bylaw requirements. It would be useful to know what the existing heights and widths are, so one can do a comparison to what is proposed.
Okay, that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will see any question for the speaker. Okay, next we have the person who we couldn't reach before, and that's Fang Lin. Are you there? Fang Lin.
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Hello, this is Francis. Yeah, because I was mute.
Okay, excuse me. What's your name?
Yeah, my name is Francis, and I'm living in 7 PAULTIEL.
Okay, thank you. And tell us what's your concern.
Yeah, so my main concern is when the construction starts and when it's supposed to complete, and is there any control on the noise and dust during the construction? And is there any construction will be during the weekend and Saturday holidays?
Okay, that's it. Okay, well,
yeah, that's all my question. Thanks.
Okay, I'll let the agent answer. Unfortunately, those are not in front of us. When they construct and when they weekend or no weekend, those are not in front of us. We have variances. That's what we discuss, and we can approve or change or modify. But as far as the when they built is not in front of the committee. So just a second, we'll see any questions here, and we'll get the okay. So Mr. Zhang, could you please come back and answer those concerns if you have any question for them. I mean, if you have an answer for them.
No, I don't have really questions for now. And the construction, you know, we have a regulation on Sunday, no construction, and other days there are a time limit. We will follow that requirements.
Yeah, we ask you to answer all the questions of the previous speakers. You have Mr. Robert Burns and Lily Castellic that they present certain concerns. You don't have any answer for them, so we'll move on if you don't.
Yeah, for the item 1 and 2, as I said, we need the variance only for facilitating the 3-car garage. And the neighbor at 19, number 19, they have also 3-car garage. And for our clients, they have 2 kids, and with grandparents, they really need a 3-car. That is why we do this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any question for this? Okay, Mr. Kidd, you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's just a small thing. I noticed on the variance number 4 reads the proposed rear yard setback is 7.69. I think that should be a front yard setback. Is that correct?
It's at front yard.
Yeah, this is front yard.
Yeah, mine reads proposed rear yard setback is 7.69.
Yeah, rear yard compliant with the zoning bylaw.
No, I'm saying it should be changed from rear yard to front yard.
Variance number 4 said front yard. Huh?
Yeah, number 4 is for front yard, yes.
Yeah, okay.
If you look up on the screen, it reads proposed rear yard setback.
Okay.
The bottom line in that variance reads proposed rear yard setback is 7.69.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
Thank you. That's a good observation. Yeah, the one I have here, it said front yard setback. Yeah, that one said it differently. Thank you. Any other question? If not, if no question, can I have a motion then, please? Anyone for a motion? Mr. Kidd? Mr. Kidd first, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I make the motion, can I just get an opinion? Should we be amending that variance number 4 to read front yard setback, or just how does that get changed?
Yeah, it'll be fixed, but the one I have on the system, it said front yard setback. But the one you saw on the screen is different, so the staff is saying they'll fix it. You don't have to worry about it.
Okay, great. Now, in that case, yes, I'd like to put forward a motion to accept this application. I feel, given in the light of the transportation report, they seem satisfied with this proposal. I'd like to put forward a motion to accept the application, subject to the conditions set out in the transportation report dated January the 24th, and also subject to forestry condition number 1.
Thank you. Ms. Tarodi, seconding. All in favor? Okay. Sir, your application is approved, subject to those 2 conditions.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank
you. Okay. Next is item number 11, which is 125 BARSE Street. Application number 11. And here we have Lindsay Bruce. Are you there?
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. It's actually Joel Tanner with the same office. Lindsay Bruce made the application. I'm representing the team today.
That's okay. What's your name, you said?
Yeah, first name Joel, Joel, last name Tanner, Tanner.
Thank you. So we don't have anybody else registered except you. let me see what's happening here. This is it's a new dwelling, 9 variances, transportation okay, but conditions, forestry condition number 1. But because the 9 variances, there is it's a 3-story and so on. Could you please make us a 5-minute presentation?
Most certainly. Thanks so much, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so this is a proposed new single-family residence that we're looking to build at 125 BARSE Street. We had some great discussions with planning staff ahead of making application for minor variance. We did build in conformity to what is happening in the neighborhood over the last 2 to 5 years. So existing 2-story detached structure with a single-car garage. As we roll through to page 3 on the document here, this is the proposed 3-story residence. What we really tried to do is push back that 3rd floor and not have it dominate the streetscape. We're trying to create something that's very strong architecturally, that is increasing property values on the street and is, looking to strike a balance with what the clients are trying to get out of the property. Moving on to the next slide, number 4 here. So slide number 4 here, we're just showing you 127 BARSE, the proposed at 125, as well as 122. Again, very much in keeping with the streetscape. So we are seeking, height variances, which are within tolerance of what's been happening, in the neighborhood over the last little bit here. Next slide, please. Requested variances 2, 3, and 4 are related to the overall building length, building depth calculation methodology. I just want to touch on this. So the overall building depth, building length, we are including the rear covered patio in these calculations because we do have basement space under that rear covered patio. So that's what's creating that substantial increase in the application. The site plan is a great depiction, though, of what we're actually proposing, and that we are nicely aligning with 127 as well as 123 with what is the actual physical 3-story structure. So we are aligned with the neighboring dwellings, the simple projection covered patio, and the basement space below that covered patio. Next slide, please. We're going to quickly touch on variance number 5. We are just a smidge over on our overall lot coverage. Again, this is inclusive of that rear covered patio because we do have living space below it, allowable at 30%. We're sitting at 30.91. Next slide, please, is requested variance 6 is related to the maximum driveway width. So to permit a max driveway width of 6 meters, 5.89 is the max permitted. Again, just a smidge over in order to get those 2 parking stalls into that front yard. Next slide, please. Variances 7 and 8 are regarding with relation to so number 7 is the max area platform above a second story. Again, this is related to that rear covered canopy and the way that we're calculating 1st floor versus 2nd floor versus 3rd floor. Again, we are looking to permit a maximum of 3 stories, whereas 2 stories are permitted. Again, this is in keeping with what has happened in transition in the neighborhood over the last little bit. And again, architecturally, we really wanted to step back that 3rd floor building in order to not dominate the overall streetscape. Again, with planning staff support and no issues, we are very much, in favor of the comments that have come through from transportation. We've had some great discussion with Ellis Chu from the Tree Protection and Plan Review Committee. We have no issues with dealing with Ellis on the resolutions on those matters, and definitely open the floor to any questions that committee members or the chair have. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Members, any question? No question? Okay. Can I have a motion then, please? Miss Ankar first, please. Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I feel comfortable with the presentation and the explanations provided by the applicant here today, and so I'll put forward a motion to approve this application, and I'll make it subject to forestry condition number 1, as well as the conditions set forth in the transportation report.
Thank you. Thank you. Second? Mr. Khan seconding, or in favor? Okay, unanimous. Sir, your application is unanimously approved, subject to those 2 conditions, forestry and transportation.
Thank you so much, committee. Have a great day.
Thank you. Okay, application number 12, which is 453 Hounslow Avenue, application number 12. And here we have okay, we have Swarna Mathi. Are you there? Hamid Bashit is representing her, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm here, Mr. Chair.
Hamid Bashit, are you there?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Yes.
Okay. Your name and address for us again to represent in the...
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, committee members, and committee staff. My name is Hamid Behesht from Homeland. I am the co-designer of the house from 49 Wycliffe Crescent in Toronto.
Okay. Now, this one is for a new dwelling. We have 8 variances. There's a staff report, and as you know, they're asking refuse variance number 5, B modifying number 3, and C build according to site plan, and 1 letter of objection. So I don't have anybody here. Is that Swami, Hannah? Okay, thank you. Okay, all right, so we have one more speaker here, and therefore we need you to make a small presentation, and please cover those.
Absolutely.
Cover those questions of the staff report.
Sure, Mr. Chair. First, I would like to announce 2 changes, please, after I receive the staff report and also the councilor's letter. First change will be to number 3. At the last sentence, that 2.97 meters is now reduced to 2.38 meters. And then in variance number 5, at the end of the last sentence, that 9 meters is going to be reduced to 8.8 meters.
Okay.
I have a short presentation which I would like Irving to kindly show slide number 1, if possible. Thank you very much. This shows the site plan.
Before you go to number 1, you said number 3, you're changing from 2.9 to 2.2 to what?
2.38.
Oh, 38. 2.38.
Right.
Thank you.
And number 5 to 8.8 meters.
That's one I got it. Now what happened to number 1, you said?
No, nothing. It's I'm explaining the slide number 1, the drawing number 1 in my presentation, please. No change to variance number 1.
No change, okay.
Right. Yeah, if I may, I would like to start the presentation with slide number 1, please.
Okay. So this is number 12.
Mr. Chair, if I may start the presentation, please.
Yes, please, go ahead.
All right. In slide number 1, in the site plan, I have shown the extension of the deck at the left side of the drawing. The as-of-right projection is shown in color yellow, and the extension part is a tiny stripe shown in color blue. But more importantly, I would like to show the other side, which is the front side of the building. At the right side of the drawing, the projection of color in color red, which is the subject of minor variance number 3, which reduced to 2.38. As you can see, the projection is tiny. It's only 2 feet or 0.6 meter, which is totally normal for any type of projection like architectural features or fireplace chimneys or any similar projection allowed to project in any yard, no matter front, rear, or sides. So it is not, this variance is not as scary as it sounds. It only projects 2 feet or 0.6 meter from the main wall of the building. If I can ask Irving to show slide number 2, please. I would like to explain the change on the other variance, which was number 5. Here, I have shown the front elevation of the house. The upper drawing shows the extended wall heights, which is now reduced. The extended wall heights were shown in pink, which could be seen from the street. Now I reduced it to 8.8 as I explained, and you can see it in the bottom of the slide. If Irving can show the bottom portion, please. All right. It is now the proposed wall heights at the sides of 8.8 meters, which is totally hidden between the front canopies that cannot be seen from the front, and as a result doesn't affect the streetscape. To make it clearer, I would like to take everybody's attention to slide number 3, please, in which the extended wall heights have been shown in color blue. As you can see in the left elevation and also the other elevation at the right, the extension in color blue is limited to the architectural feature, which is closer to the front of the street due to the modern look of the house, and also for the creation of the second floor windows. It is limited in those two areas only. And as I explained, it's already reduced to 8.8 meters. Now, we delivered letters to all the adjacent neighbors at the left and right and rear and front. And then, if I can see slide number 4, please. This is the supporting letter which we received from the neighbor residing at 452, which is across the street. And these are from the people who are going to see this proposed house every day and night from the front of their house and from their windows. And it appeared that they like the proposed design of this house very much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have another speaker here, and we'll come back to you after we see if they're here. Okay, that's Swarna Mahiti. Swarna Mahiti, are you there? Swarna Mahiti or Stephen Kalhok? Stephen Kalhok? Swarna Mahiti?
Can you hear? Hear me? Hello? Hello?
Hi. Could you please state your name and address for us?
Hi. This is Stephen Kalhok. I'm and Swarna Mathi. We are homeowners at 451 Hounslow Avenue.
Thank you.
The house immediately.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So tell us, please, what's your concern about this application?
Great. Okay. Yeah. So we own the house immediately to the east of the applicant's house. And on our house, we have solar panels, photovoltaic panels that are part of the Ontario Microfit program. And this is a program that's in place to generate carbon-free electricity for the grid. And this agreement we have with Microfit, we have an agreement with Toronto Hydro for 20 years to supply clean electricity to the local grid. It's a 10 kilowatt installation that we've had now. And as I mentioned, it's a 20-year agreement. Our concern lies with the height of the new house, which would be to the west of us. And for reference, the height of the walls proposed, I believe, is 9 meters high, whereas the height on our own house is 6.5 meters. And then the maximum height of the house is over 9 meters, 9.36 meters. So our concern is that that is substantially higher than the roof height on our house and would substantially block the sun and therefore impede the generation of electricity from our solar panels. When we built the house, it was within the bylaws, and we thought we were respecting those and figured that would be suitable. So that is our primary concern. We've invested in this Microfit program, and that the construction of the new house will impact our investment, as well as the electricity we'll be able to generate for the city and the province.
Okay. We'll have the agent come back. In the meantime, any question for this speaker? Okay. So. Okay, Mr. Burchett, can you come back and answer those questions?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Stephen Kolak. I had a privilege to have a phone conversation with Stephen this morning, and he's a really pleasant gentleman, and my client is lucky to have such a neighbor. But I would like to inform them that the proposed house is located at the west side of their house, not at the south, where the sun shines. So there is no way that this proposed house is going to block their their solar panels. With a quick look at the Google Street View, I found out that fortunately, vast majority of those solar panels, like 75% or 3/4 of the panels, have correctly been installed towards the back of their house, which is south facing. And so there is nothing is going to block their the sun to their solar panels. It's only a small portion, like 1/4 of the solar panels, which is at the back, at the west side, which is no way going to be blocked by the proposed house, because the sidewall heights has nothing to do with the overall building height itself. With or without this sidewall height variance, the overall height of the building is going to be the same. It's going to stay the same. And just to inform Stefan that this building height variance you see is within the old bylaw, which if it's not, it was not because of the COVID, I'm sure it would have been removed by now. And very soon it will be removed because it's an obsolete bylaw. Now, in terms of the, it might be a question for some of the committee members. I would like Irving to show the sample decisions which I prepared. I just went back to 7 of our own projects in the past year and found 7 decisions which all have been approved for even more sidewall heights, including the ones which are been highlighted in yellow, including 222 Donview for 8.9 meters, 210 Homewood for 8.9 meters, 39 Transvaal for 8.9 meters, 9 Dornfeld for 8.9 meters, 89 Norton for 9.11 meters, 38 Lorgan for 8.9 meters, 20 Palomino for 8.9 meters, with the average of 8.93 meters, 8.93 meters. So as a result, my reduced sidewall height of 8.8 meters is even less than the average approval of that area, of the North York area, similar to this property. So honestly, there is no issue with the sidewall height, and it's not going to block the sun of Stefan's house for sure.
Okay, thank you. Members, any question? Ms. Atarodi first, yeah?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I have a question I want the agent to explain one more time regarding the variance number 6, which is my concern and also Councillor Chen's concern. The front yard setback of 8.5 meter that they requested.
Absolutely, Ms. Atarodi. If I ask Irvin to kindly show slide number 5. Irvin, kindly show slide number 5, which clears the subject of variance number 6. While we're waiting for this slide to be shown, I have focused on, actually I decided to have a better picture of the whole block of this subject property. Thank you, Irving. As you can see, all of these houses, there are 12 houses here, which all have the common front yard setback of 7.5 meters, except for the one at the west side of the subject property, with an unheard of, with an just illogical, extraordinary front yard setback of over 13 meters. It is the one whose front yard setback you can see by highlighted yellow color. I strongly believe that it has been a historical mistake by the previous architect or planner or both to locate this house in that wrong location. While you can see other houses whose front yard setback is identified by that red line, all have the front yard setback of 7.5 meters, which is totally normal for this area, for this size of property, and with this size of house, with this property dimensions. And if Irwin can kindly go to slide number 1, which shows the site plan, please. Here on the site plan, you can see that the house whose owner just spoke has a kindly a little lower so that they can see the front setback. Right. Thank you. As you can see, the house at the east side setbacks correctly at the front yard setback of 7.5 meters, which is totally normal for this area. Now, I have pushed the building 1 meter further more towards the backyard, and I'm proposing 8.5 meters. So it is not the house which is closer to the street. It's basically further from the street. And this is at the garage side only. And the other side, which is like half of the front of the house, sets back at 9.72 meters, as you can see in the site plan. So that's why we have the technical variance of the front yard setback and front yard projection. It doesn't mean that the house is closer to the street compared to the other houses, and it doesn't mean that the projection is closer to the street more than what it should be. So it is, I'm basically avoiding a historical mistake which was done last century, and I'm fixing it now today in the development of 453 Hounslow Avenue.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next, any question? Mr. Kidd has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just with regard to the former committee decisions, this is with regard to variance number 5, the sidewall height. You quoted a number of committee decisions that allowed for a height similar to what you're requesting. But actually, I'm just going to read from the planning staff report where they address this issue. And they say, city planning staff have studied committee decisions in the area, and they note that the majority of the variances requested for main wall heights above what are permitted are limited to minor window or architectural feature projections above the roof line. City planning staff are of the opinion that the additional main wall height being requested will result in a massing condition that does not fit with the established physical character of the neighborhood. Can you just comment on that?
Yeah,
absolutely, Mr. Kidd.
Is that the question? You want him to answer on it? That is compatible with the staff that asked to refuse variance number 5. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. So, sir, you heard the explanation from our member here, which repeats what the staff is mentioning, and that's what they're recommending, to refuse the variance number 5. Now, if you have no more explanation, we're going to move on to the decision.
I do, Mr. Chair, if I may, please.
I'm sorry?
I do have explanation for this, please.
Okay, Pete, go ahead. You're still open. Say a question, and we'll have to move on.
All right. Irving, if you kindly show slide number 3 again. It is the first time that I hear the name of this staff planner, the assistant planner by the name of Miss Denise McMullen. So she must be new, and hereby I welcome her to the North York District. But I don't agree with the staff for the following reasons. Well, first of all, she believes that this extended wall height make up a significant portion of the width of the side main wall. While you can see here in the slide, it is not what she has written. It is only something like a quarter, like 30%, 33%, 1/3 of the building length. And we all know that due to the recent changes to the bylaw, if I was able to make it like 30% of the total length of the building, I wouldn't be here today with this variance, which I couldn't, unfortunately, because on either side of this house, I had bedroom windows, which I pushed it as much as possible to the front. But as you can see in the drawing, it hit the architectural features. So I couldn't make it even closer to the front in order to make it smaller. So this is not what the situation, the proposed house is not what she has written. Furthermore, she explains that the dwelling has the appearance of a flat or shadow roof dwelling from the street, whereas this dwelling type is restricted to a maximum height of 7.2 meters. This is totally irrelevant to my proposal, because obviously the house I have proposed is not flat roof, it has a pitched roof, and the height allowed is not 7.2 meters. It is 10 meters, which I have followed.
Okay.
And again, when she writes down that the staff have studied committee decisions in this area and know that the majority of variances requested for main wall heights above what is permitted are limited to minor window or architectural feature protections, that's exactly what I have done. So as you can see it in front of you on the screen, that the extension wall of the side of our proposed house is also limited to the architectural features and the window projections. I am sure that while Ms. Macmillan has written this report, she has never asked herself how I would be able to have the second floor windows if this variance is removed. We all know that such variance is very common for this type of houses and should be allowed. And I have not done anything unusual. And as I showed to you, my reduced wall height is even less than the previous approvals.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, thank you. Any other question? And if no questions, can I have a motion then, please? Mr. Tarodi?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I listened carefully to the applicant and also the neighbors and the explanation. I also had a concern earlier regarding variance number 5 and 6, and I've been convinced that with the new number that the
And we don't hear you. What happened?
that the applicant. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, could you please repeat that?
Can you hear me?
You were cut off before.
I can.
Now we hear you.
Okay,
We hear
so
you.
I've been convinced that with the new modification, this applicant is minor, so therefore I would like to put forward a motion.
Mr. Tarodi, we don't hear you.
I would like to put forward a motion to, should I wait for the chair, probably?
We don't hear you. You start to talk and it's
Okay, I would like to put forward a
No. We don't hear you. Say it again.
put forward a motion to approve.
What's happening?
Can everyone hear me?
We hear part of your thing and we lose the other stuff. So could you please repeat again slowly?
Okay. I think it's not from my side. It should be from city side, but sure. Through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with the following changes. Variance number 3. The proposed front architectural feature encroaches 2.38 meters into the required front yard setback. Variance number 5. The proposed height of the west and east exterior main walls facing a side lot line is now 8.8 meter. And also, I would like to add the city staff condition, one condition that the proposal be developed in accordance with the revised site plan drawing dated January 19, 2023, submitted to Committee of Adjustment attachment number 1 to this report. And that is my motion.
Thank you. Second, Mr. Khan. All in favor? Unanimous, yeah? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, sir, your application is approved unanimously based on those changes, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, committee members, and committee staff.
Application number 13, which is 39 BURNCREST Drive, application number 39. Sorry, application number 13, which is 39 BURNCREST, and here we have, yeah, we had Donovan, which she said not there. Then we have Michael Goldberg, and there Clay Jensen, agent. So I have 3 agents here. Could you please tell us what's going on? Mr. Who's here, Donovan or Michael Goldberg?
Hello, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, who's speaking?
Donovan Bumanglan.
Sorry?
Donovan Bumanglan, 86 Mount Field Crescent.
Okay. And, all right, this is for a, this is for application with 2 additions deck, right? 2 additions and a deck. forestry condition 2, and 1 letter of support. Yeah, I don't know who's here for this one. It's a little bit mixed up here. Could you please make a short presentation?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just so everybody knows, it's Michael Goldberg Group. We are the planning consultants who've been retained to assist on this. If you would like a presentation, I'd ask that someone put our presentation on the screen. Thank you very much, Irving.
Okay, thank you.
There we go.
Thank you. Now.
So I'm going to go through this. I'm going to go through this very quickly. This is just a location plan, and basically, you could see the footprint of the building, and really not much is changing from the footprint of the building. There is a garage, a one-story garage, and that is what is being added to on the east side, and where there is an indent on the northwest corner, there is a small addition. Turn the page, please. So that's what I was referring to. The existing garage footprint is staying the same, except that we are going and creating a second floor addition. It's a one-story garage today. And then you could see in the northwest corner, there's a very, very small addition that does not project in front of the house to the west of it, just to add some interior space. It's actually quite functional interior space. And there's a new at-grade deck that's being proposed. And what you can see here is that the setback variances for the west side and the east side match the existing setbacks. We're not creating a new situation. On the east side, we are just adding to the garage where the setback is already established next to the other house. And similarly, next to the other house, we are just adding that small addition to the same setback as the remainder of the house, and you could see the deck that is being replaced. There already is a deck. If you look at the survey, the deck that exists is almost the same size, although this one is a little bit wider in an east-west direction than the existing deck, but it's no deeper than the existing deck. The only other thing I'm going to comment, and if you could the only thing, you could see that these are the elevations. You could see there's no addition to the back. There's no building length. There's no landscape open space. And in fact, this is a 9-meter deep building. So it is really not taking advantage of what the zoning would otherwise permit in terms of building length or depth at all. It's just a modest addition so that the existing family can have a little bit more space and live and grow in the space that they already have. So very much, you could see on the top left-hand corner that is where the addition is taking place over the garage, and you could see in the top right-hand corner, there's a small addition to the right of the front door where to the right of the front door. Oh, that's on the top left-hand side, where the small addition is taking place on both the first and second floor. Now, the only other thing I'm going to say is the house itself conforms with the lot coverage. It's less than 30%. The deck, which is being replaced, is about 6.4%. I will advise that most of that 6.4% already exists in the existing deck. There's no basement under that deck. It's supported by columns, but it's being added into lot coverage. So very, very little actually is changing on this property, members of the council, or members of committee, I'm sorry. And for that reason, I think all 4 tests of section 41 or 45.1 of the Planning Act have been satisfactorily addressed.
Okay.
I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you. Now, the presentation is very clear. The one who spoke now, is that Michael Goldberg?
Yes, it is, sir.
Okay, so who's Clay Jensen and who's Donovan? Are they going to speak or not?
Clay Jensen is just a staff person of mine, and Donovan is the architect.
Okay, so
they don't need to speak.
Very good. So Michael covers the whole thing. Okay. Members, any question? There is no more speaker, just the agent, and you heard the presentation. Any question? If not, I need a motion, please. Mr. Tarodi?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I think it's this modifications are the application is very minor and meet the 4 tests. Therefore, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application and subject it to urban forestry memo.
Thank you. Second. Ms. Sankari seconding. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. Sir, your application is unanimously approved, subject just to the forestry condition number 2.
Thank you.
Okay. Application number 14, which is 36 York Downs. And this is Mr. Jim Wallace. Are you there?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Could you please state your name and address for us, please?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, thank you. My name is Jim Wallace. I'm the authorized agent on behalf of the owner. My office is located at 1358 Huron, Ontario Street in Mississauga, Ontario.
Thank you. So we have here a new dwelling, 8 variances. The staff report, as you saw, is recommending refusing variance number 1, 3, and 4. We have 4 letters of support, and we have forestry condition number 1. So could you please give us a presentation of 5 minutes and tell us the merits of this application?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Good afternoon to the committee. Today, I am pleased to present this application for the committee's consideration. We are proposing a new 2-story dwelling to be located at 36 York Downs. I'd like to divide the variances that we're seeking into matters of concern and matters of no concern according to planning staff. So variances number 2 and 8 are related to the building height that we measure from either center line of the road or from established grade relative to the highest peak of the parapet of the flat roof that is located on the right side of the building when looking at the front elevation. It was expressed to us there was no concerns on that particular height. We are seeking some setbacks, relief of setback on both sides of the building. It's important to note to the committee that one of the variances, the relief that sought is related to the garage. There's a bit of a pinch point where the garage is a little bit wider than the house. It then returns back to a more reasonable 1.5 meter setback. As you can see on the site plan, if staff would be willing to flip to the site plan, we are improving conditions of the existing dwelling that is on the site, which is a 2-story dwelling, or we are improving setback conditions. Despite the need for minor variances under the exception zone to this particular part of the bylaw. Now, as it relates to the coverage and the depth and length of the building, predominantly those variances come up due to the amenity space at the rear of the home. The dwelling being proposed is 19.2 meters, and I would ask staff if you can please proceed to the site plan, not the survey plan. Thank you. Thank you. So the proposed length of the home is 19.2 meters, which is 0.2 meters greater than the allowable, which planning staff deemed to be reasonable and acceptable. The additional length, depth, and coverage of the building is as a result of the amenity space in the rear yard. We are proposing a covered deck coming off the back of the home. It's coming off of the ground floor level. This is a 2-story home. The ground floor is not elevated above the garage. So the ground floor relation to the grade is quite close. It is an open air rear deck with stairs accessing down to an in-ground pool and a rear yard frame shed. The owners of this particular property live north of the city. They live in a larger home, but a much smaller property, which is typical for new subdivision homes. The reason they purchased this home, or this particular property, in fact, was to get a larger rear yard and to create the backyard space that they always wanted. Having this covered deck amenity space with a louvered wall on the side and open air on the back, with access to the pool and the shed, was a really important part of the design. So as a result of this amenity space, which I have to speak frankly, is of negligible impact to the public, both in the public realm and towards the immediate neighbors. The owners sought support from immediate neighbors who would be impacted by the development, and their support was granted. Furthermore, the applicant approached the local area councillor when they found out that planning had issues with coverage and length of building. Upon discussion with the councillor's office, they expressed no concern to the application, and they suggested that we proceed with the application this afternoon as presented. On those merits, we believe that this is good for the development of the property. It meets the intent of the 4 test, and it would certainly give the owners the backyard of their dreams with a home that is quite reasonable in its size and massing. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions the committee may have on this particular application. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question to Mr. Wallace is about 4 variances. Sir, my concern is that variance number 1, lot coverage, 42.38 against the maximum 30%. You are 29% more than the maximum allowable. And variance number 3, the length, which is 32% more than the allowable. And number 4, that is the depth of the building is 27.5% more than the allowable. And variance number 6, east setback is 51% less than required. These are not minor. How do you justify?
I'd be happy to answer the questions through you, Mr. Chairman. The relief of setback for item number 6 is located to the slight projection of the garage in the rear yard. One of the things that we wanted to do with the front elevation is to provide some articulation of the building face. We didn't just want the building to look like a 2-story box. We are limiting the relief of that setback to only the depth of the garage, where the building steps back to a more reasonable 1.35 meters. We believe that that impact is very negligible and that that variance can be considered minor due to its limited extent. In relation to the coverage and the length and depth, I fully appreciate that the numbers, they jump off the page. However, I believe it must be looked in overall context to the application that we have here. These are rear yard amenity spaces with an excavated area underneath the covered deck. As such, this excavated area underneath the ground contributes to the number on the page, not necessarily the impact. Furthermore, for some reason, zoning staff has included 1.38 meters of access stairs from the back of our deck to the pool deck as total length of building. There's no occupied space underneath the stairs. That further exacerbates the numbers on the page. Lastly, the framed cabana at the back, that is a bylaw compliant accessory structure, but it exacerbates coverage additionally beyond the covered deck at the back. So based on those conditions and context, we do still feel that the variances individually and collectively can be considered minor and should satisfy the 4 tests.
Thank you. Any other question? Ms. Atarodi?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I have a question from the applicant regarding the lot coverage. He mentioned that it's a part of it is a cabana's lot coverage. Can he just provide us explanation how many percent is the dwelling and how many percent is the coverage?
Yes, I'd be pleased to do so through you, Mr. Chair. The pool shed constitutes 14.95 5 square meters of the property. I can do that calculation. That is approximately 2% of the coverage calculation. 14.95 divided by lot area of 696 square meters is approximately 2%. The rear porch being 47.32 divided by 696.77 is approximately 6.7% of total lot area. So cumulatively, those two figures, they add up to approximately 9% of additional coverage. Does that answer your question, madam?
Yes.
Yeah, she asked for the what represents, and you did cover it. So it's 2 and 7, that's 9%
Yes.
for these two. Next, any other question?
Just another question from, just wanna, in our package, we got an email on 16th of December from a gentleman, apparently it was the previous owner, Abbas Etemadi. Just wanna know if, because that was in our package.
Yep, I'd be happy to answer that again through you, Mr. Chairman. The previous owners of the property brought forward an application to the Committee of Adjustment back, I believe, in 2018 or 2019. That application was not supported by planning, the local area councillor, and generated a number of letters from local area residents. The application was deferred, but the application was never followed up on. The property was then sold, and we undertook an effort to inquire and discover who the previous owner was to seek their authority to close the application back from 2018, so that the only application that the committee needs to consider is the one currently before you today.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other question? Okay, if not, can I have a motion then, please? Mr. Kate? Mr. Kate, yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With regard to variance number 1, 3, and 4, I'm just not convinced that those can be considered of a minor nature. I'm going to put forward a motion to accept the application, but to refuse number 1, 3, and 4, and make that subject to forestry condition number 1.
Thank you. Second, Ms. Sankar. Ms. Sankar, is that you seconding it? Thank you. Thank you. All in favor? Okay. Opposed? Opposed. Ms. Atarodi is opposing, and the application is approved, subject to those conditions that were removed. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the committee.
Application number 15, which is 30 Hines Drive, application number 15. And here we have Lisa Visser. Are you there? For Lisa Visser?
Yes, I am.
Could you please state your name and address for us, please?
Yes, my name is Lisa Visser. I am at 238 Snowden Road in Oakville, Ontario.
Thank you.
L6L. Oh, thank you.
That's fine. Yeah, okay, thank you. So we have here, it's a sunroom addition, 5 variances, and 1 letter of support towards the owner. That's what I read there. So anyways, can you, yeah, we have the GFA, which I thought was a little bit higher. Could you make us a small presentation, please?
Okay, it's quite a complex situation, but the bottom line is this is a very, it's a lovely treed street of semi-detached homes that were built about 30 years ago, say 29 years ago. And the owners that I'm representing are the original owners of this property. They're very tiny little houses, just one floor with a garage underneath in this particular case. And they like the outdoors, but don't like the bugs. So they wanted a sunroom that they could sit in. They say 3 seasons of the year. I'm questioning that because it's an unheated sunroom. So depending on the weather, they're not going to be able to sit out there. The setback, there are a few setback issues. The rear yard setback is should be at 9.15. What we've proposed here is a setback of 6.4 meters to the house, but with an extra 2.5 meters encroachment allowed, which leaves us at 8.9 meters. So it's quite small at the back. It's 0.25 of a meter under what we need. The length is over by adding this house because these are small, narrow lots, and so the homes were built practically to the lot coverage at the time, which was 33% of the 35 allowed. So the length is over by 1.2 meters. And as you said, the lot coverage is really what's an issue here because there is also a small utility shed at the back for the lawnmower, et cetera, et cetera. So instead of the 35% allowed, we're now at 42.3% because of this room. It's a small room. It's 4.3 meters both ways. Windows all around. We've been asked to eliminate the windows on the east side, 2 of the windows there, because it's the one that's sort of closest to a neighbor. The side setbacks are as per the local bylaw. And so really, the thing is, the backyard, it's very treed. All the original owners, as they did in that day, they all planted trees in their backyard. So the backyards are very, very private. And we did get signatures from all the neighbors that this would impact. The neighbor to the back actually has a very large lot because they're sort of at a curve. And the neighbors on either side are comfortable with whatever happens. These people have updated the exterior of the house. It's quite beautiful, actually. They've put glass railings on the front of the house because there's a balcony at the front. They've redone the pathways. They've put in a new front door. They've redone some of the siding, new roof. And the addition that they're putting on at the back is equally beautiful, or will be when it's completed. So we're asking you to be gentle with us and allow this this small addition. They have recently, the owner's father has recently moved in with them, and apparently he loves the outside. So they're doing this for him.
Thank you. Thank you.
Families.
Yeah, this is very good. Most entertaining. We never heard the expression "be gentle with us." So, anyways, let's see what the members are saying. Any question? Ms. Atarodi has a question.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would like the agent to clarify on 2 points. One of them is regarding variance number 5. During the presentation, the presenter mentioned that now the proposed rear yard setback is 8.9 meter, when we have, but what we have in front of us, it's 7.45 meter. Is she planning to modify it, or I just need a clarification on that? And my second question is regarding variance number 2. is can the presenter provide the percentage of the dwelling and the utility shed and the new sunroom separately? Thank you.
Separately. Okay. The 7.45, I'm a little confused. Let me see if I've been given. Let me clarify right here. I was hired 2 weeks ago to help out here because the owners were abandoned by everybody. The contractor left. He walked away. He was the one who originally did not have the permit, et cetera, et
Well,
cetera.
it
So
doesn't matter.
it's been a
If you
long
have,
thing.
if you have the list of the variances, number 5, it says 745.
Mhm.
So it doesn't matter who the owner is. Could you tell us why?
Yeah, no. I realize that. But yeah, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to do the math. So it's 4.3. That doesn't quite. So they're including the stairs in that. That number in the 7.45, the actual stairs themselves, which come off the back of the addition. Not including that because the existing rear is 11.6 meters. And the shed is 4.3. Sorry, I'm following someone else's drawings here, and I thought I was completely ready. 6 minus. Yeah, so it was 7.45. But with a 2.5 meter encroachment allowance, because it's not a livable space. We ended up back almost at our 9.15. And we ended up at 8.9.
So the new number, you're changing it to 8.9 meter or not? What if, are you changing the variance number 4? Sorry, variance number 5?
One moment, please. Yes, that's where they've gotten that.
Well, your variance
6.4.
says 7.45. Are you changing this, yes or no?
I think we're going to change this to 8.9.
8.9.
8.9, because we have been allowed a 2.5 encroachment because this is considered a gazebo, just a covered porch almost.
So you want to change 7.45 to 8.9?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes, please.
Okay. Okay, 8.9. Okay. And the other question was the separation of the 4231.
The separation. Yeah, I have the building itself, the house itself, it's currently 104 square feet, 104 square meters, sorry. And oops. Not very professional, I apologize. The addition is 18.49 and the shed is 7 by 9. 63. I do apologize. Uh, 63. Come on, baby. Is 5.85 meters. Square meters.
The shed is
We-
5.1? 5 point was?
5.85.
Okay. Okay. Ms. Atarodi, are you okay with the numbers?
I prefer number in percentage because it's,
Oh, in a percentage of the lot?
yes.
Oh,
And while you were just explaining that the allowable is 35%, and then we only have this much, but the allowable is only 30%, just to let you know, and based on whatever it's in front of us.
Okay. So, once again, I apologize. So this is, the house is 33%. The house itself.
Say that again.
The house itself is 33% coverage.
33?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean, if coverage is 30%, but the house itself is already over and it was built 30 years ago with no additions or changes.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm just going to give you the other. Sorry. This is 18, 9. .59% coverage is the addition. And 0.18 is the shed.
0.18 doesn't make sense.
Percent coverage.
Mr. Tarodi, could we just get the numbers, if you can make any sense of them, and move on, because we have a whole
I was looking mainly for the dwelling, which is she confirmed 33%, and that's enough for me.
33.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for your patience.
Okay. Don't forget, Ms. Tarodi is an architect, and she knows what she's asking for.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I've actually enjoyed listening to other people's work and the questions.
Okay, so she confirmed this 33%, and for the 5, she changed it to 8.9 meters. So please make your motion if you have one, unless somebody else has any question. Any other question? No? And I think Miss Sankar had her hand raised. Miss Sankar?
I see Mr. Khan actually had his hand up. Sorry,
Okay, well,
Mr.
you had
Chair.
it for before. If you didn't need it before, now it's Mr. Khan. Mr. Khan, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a very simple question to ask Ms. Weiser. Madam, please confirm that this is a semi-detached house, right?
Yes, it is.
Number 2, very simple. You have the approval of your neighbor.
Yes.
Thank you.
3 neighbors, either side and behind.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other question? Ms. Sankar, is that a question or a motion?
No, it's a motion, Mr. Chair. I'm ready to move this along.
If there is no more
So,
question, Ms. Sankar, please go ahead.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, I think that the explanations provided today by this by the applicant is acceptable to me. I think given the existing, home, the limited number of variances, the support from all of the neighbors, and also the modifications made here today by the applicant, I'm going to put forward a motion to approve this application. And I'm going to approve it with the change made by the applicant such that variance number 5 is increased to 8.9 meters. And I think that this is, that's it. It's not subject to forestry. So that's my motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Second, Mr. Khan seconding. All in favor? Okay, unanimous. Very good. So your application is approved subject to the conditions you made, which is number 5 changed to 8.9 meters. So it's approved. So you made a good presentation.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, number 16, which is 4866 Young Street, application number 16. So, and here we have Calvin Lowe. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Can you please state your name and address for us, please?
My name is Calvin Lowe, and my office address is 3757 14th Avenue, Unit 18, Markham.
Okay, thank you. We have here this this application is for 21 required parking with 0 provided, and we have 1 variance. Transportation has no objection, and we have 1 letter of objection. Members, do we need the presentation here? No? Okay, I see no, no, okay. So, sir, the members, they need the presentation. Could you, do you have anything to add before we go to motion?
No, I don't think so, because
Okay.
I think it fits with the 4 tests
Okay.
of the minor variance combined.
Okay, thank you. If there's a question, we'll come back to you. So, can I have a motion then, or question? Mr. Khan had his hand first. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Khan. I think we hear your lips, but I don't hear you. We see your lips, but we don't hear you. Do you hear us? We don't hear you.
Sorry, sir. Yes, I had to
Now it's
unmute. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Now
I
it's
find it is a straightforward application and move for approval.
Thank you. Second, Ms. Sankar seconding. All in favor? Okay, thank you. So your application is approved unanimously.
Thank you.
And there is no condition here. Application number 17, which is 86 Sloane Avenue. Application number 17. And this is Mr. Jays Raju or Kenny. Are you there?
Yes.
Okay, can you please...
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, please state your name and address.
Yes, my name is Jace and my address is 537 Danforth Road.
Okay, and this is for a second-story addition. Only one.
Yes.
Only one variance. And
Yes.
And we had 1 letter of objection. Members, do we need a presentation? No. Thank you. We don't need a presentation. Do you want to add something, or will you just move on?
Yeah, you can just move on.
Thank
if any
you.
questions, I am happy to answer.
Thank you. Okay. Can I have a motion, please? Ms. Sankar?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think this is really self-explanatory. It does meet the 4 tests in my view, and I'll put forward a motion to approve as is.
Thank you. Second, I have 2 seconds here. Which one? Okay, Mr. Khan seconding. All in favor? Unanimous. Okay, it's unanimously approved, and there is no conditions.
Thank you, Chair and committee members.
Yeah, so you made a good presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, 18, application number 18, which is 23 BLYTHDALE, application number 18, and this is Mahir Manios. Are you there?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mahir Manios, number 1 Teakwood Grove, Toronto, M3B 2H9.
Thank you. So we have here as a new dwelling, we have 11 variances. TRCA has no objection, there is no impact. Staff has only a condition to attach to a site plan, to build per site plan, 1 letter of objection, 16 letters of support, and forestry condition number 3. So we have 3 more speakers, and therefore we need you to make a presentation, please.
Happy to, Mr. Chair. So I'd just like to start with, we are making a change to variance number 2 in light of the comments from Urban Forestry and Ravine Control. We had sent a site plan dated January 27. If staff could be kind enough to bring it up, because there's a dimension connected to it.
Tell us what you're changing it to. What number and what you're changing it to.
So it's variance number 2, which is the north setback. So the variance is only going to be for the front 13.86 meter of the proposed dwelling. So the variance is still there, but it's just to the front portion of the house, and it's as per the site plan that we submitted.
Just tell us, please, what you're changing it to. What's currently and what you're changing it to. That's all. And then we'll do it.
So the variance is going to read. The variance will read is 1.52 meter for the front 13.86 meters of the proposed dwelling.
Okay. All right. Any other change?
That's the only change, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So please go ahead.
As you said, we're proposing to build a new 2-story detached dwelling to replace the existing 2-story side split, and we're also maintaining the existing ancillary backyard structure. The reason I bring that up is because there's a couple of variances related to it. I'm going to start with variance number 1 and 5. If staff can be kind enough to put up the presentation material, so I can refer to it. So that slide exactly, which is the site plan, the area that's toned in front of you there, that's the portion of the building which is in variance, and it's only to a lower level garage. The bulk of the house, the 2-story portion, is completely set back behind the required front yard setback. That garage is exactly where the existing garage is. So if staff can just slide a couple of pages down on this presentation material. So this one shows here the area in variance, which is the toned one. And this picture here, the top one, is the existing house. The garage there is exactly where the new one will be, less the second floor above it, which is going to be set back to the required front yard setback. The reason I was connecting 1 and 5 is because building length is actually measured from this front yard setback of the garage, and that's what's triggering the length variance. Plus, it also includes the 1-story portion at the back of the house. So if staff can just slide back again to the site plan, please. The actual 2-story portion of the house is 16.8 meters, which is less than the required setback of 17 meters. And just to prove that we don't actually have a length variance is because there's no depth variance related to this application, which shows that the 2-story portion of the house and everything behind the front yard setback actually complies with the zoning bylaw. Moving on to variance number 2, 3, and 8, which pertain to the side yard setbacks. We already changed the north setback, so the variance is only to the front portion. The back portion of the house, so the back northeast corner will be completely in compliance with length, depth, and setback. The setback on the south side, we're proposing 1.22 meters, which is only to the pinch point because of the irregular lot, which is similar to what the existing house is. And also the front porch, which is variance number 8, is also going to be set back the same distance as the side yard setback of 1.22 meter. And as per the support letters, we have support from both the adjoining east and west neighbors. Variances 6 and 7 pertain to the ancillary structure in the backyard. Basically, we just want to, the client would like to keep the existing structure intact. And I think the last picture in the slides shows that structure with no changes. Actually, the variances to the cupola at the top, the main roof complies with the required height. And we need a slight side yard setback, which is existing because it's there right now. Variance number 4 is the rear covered porch of the house. And the only reason for that variance is because of the topography of the land. So the zoning bylaw allows you to have a covered porch as long as it doesn't exceed 5% of the lot area. It's set back minimum of 1.8 meter, as long as it's no more than 1.2 meter high. The reason for the variance is because there's a drop off from from west to east, where we have 1.6 meters, which complies on the upper end, but then it drops to 3 meter on the other end. The actual coverage is 3.2% and the setback is 2.3. So it's just that height issue which is causing the variance. Variance number 9 and 10 pertain to the TRCA, as you mentioned, Mr. Chair, the TRCA has no objection to the variance. The actual setback to the stable lower slope is actually 14.8 meter, but the TRCA decided to use the upper slope. And variance number 11 is to the former North York bylaw, which, as committee might know by now, is late last year, the OLT approved bylaw 1277, which basically rescinds the old bylaw. But we did submit the application before that, so we still have to request the variance. We do comply under the new bylaw. The height is 9.79 versus 10 meter, and the wall height is 7.11 versus the allowable 7.5 meter. And we do have 14 support letters, as Mr. Chair had mentioned, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. We'll be back to you after we hear the other speakers. So we have here Atansios Polisos. Are you there?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if you can hear me. I would ask if I could defer my portion to after another one of my neighbors who has submitted something in writing is heard, so as to cover points. It would be more efficient for everyone.
Please just stay online when we call you. The next one is
absolutely
Catherine Strachan. Are you there? Or Janet Rosenberg. Are you there? Catherine Strachan, Janet Rosenberg, and Studio Inc. Are you there? We can go to Stefano if she's not there. Stefano Giannini, are you there? Or Giannini? Stefano?
It's me, hello.
Oh, good.
Stefano.
Can you please state your name and address, please?
Sure, Stefano Giannini, Janet Rosenberg in studio. Catherine is my colleague, and she's in another meeting.
Oh, okay. So you're an architect. Are you for or against this application?
I am supporting the applicant as a co-agent.
Supporting. Okay, well, Mr. Manius made already the presentation. Did you want to add?
Correct.
Did you want to add something? Or
it was with respect to the urban forestry comment.
Oh, okay. All right. We don't discuss the details. All we have here is forestry condition number 3. That's it. That's all we have. So
very good. I am here as needed.
In case we need you. Thank you. That's a very good. Now, the other one is Polisos. Stefano, he's there.
Athanasius.
Catherine, how about Catherine Strachan or Janet Rosenberg? Oh, that's the same as Stefano? Okay. All right. So the only one we have left is Athanasios Polisos. Are you still online?
Thank you. Yes, I'm still here.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I thought that there was going to be a presentation by my next door neighbor, Mandy Scully. I think she had provided a written submission with some drawings.
Just give us your name, please, and your address, please.
Athanasios Polisos, 6 Ridgefield Road.
Thank you. So please go ahead. Tell us what's your concern.
Well, like I said, I was hoping that the written presentation that I thought would have been submitted by Ms. Mandy Scully would be in front of you, because there were presentations that were made, including some drawings that would have been very helpful. At the same time, because of the fact that the agent, Mr. Manos, has come in with very different changes, I am at a loss right now as to speak to all of them because my presentation or the things I wanted to discuss were based on what I have on the notice before me. But in general, I'm just going to speak to a couple of points to the extent that they've changed, and I would not be making a valid point, and I will leave that up to you. But basically, there are a number of variances here that I believe go beyond the scope of what is considered to be minor variances. One of them, which may have changed, like I said, from what Mr. Manos has presented, was the fact that the length of the house was to be extended by about 15 feet above the allowable, which would be 30% above the 55 feet, which is allowable. And the total structure would be about 19 feet longer than is permissible given the prescribed setbacks, if I'm reading them correctly. And I'm going according to the notice of hearing that I received from North York. So I just don't know what, in fact, is minor about these things. And there's 11 of them, and I don't think any of them are really minor. A lot of them they thrust out into the ravine or onto the front of the street. I believe that in so doing, the sight lines would be totally disturbed and would be setting a major precedent, one unfavorable to anyone that has built here, as I have since 1997, on the basis of what were the prescribed regulations for this community. Basically a pocket of single family dwellings that had maximum lengths of homes or depths of homes, prescribed setbacks, and of course the restrictions with regard to height and the long-term stable top of bank provisions. According to what I have in front of me, all of these are being asked to be varied in a major way. So, like I said again, Mr. Manos may have upset the apple cart here for me, and hopefully in the positive way, in which case that would make me happy. But as it's set out here, I am not in support of, I'm very much in opposition of what has gone on, and to basically, I think what has been submitted and what I'm reading, it's my respectful submission that it goes beyond the spirit and intent of what this committee is mandated to do. And I think that this application as is has too many and too drastic, I find the variances too many in number and drastic in what they're asking for. And again, all my comments are subject to any changes that have been spoken to by Mr. Manos that would bring him back into compliance.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Any question for this speaker? No question. Okay, I guess we finished all the speakers. Mr. Manos, could you come back, please, and see what?
Sure.
See how when you wrap it up before we go to the questions.
Okay. I just want to bring up an important issue, Mr. Chair, as you've mentioned a couple of times about forestry condition number 3. Please note that that condition is to deny the application. So you can't just tag that as a condition to the decision if the committee decides to see it fit to approve this application. The reason we changed variance number 2 is in order to comply with the side yard setback, in order for the northeast corner of the proposed house to be 100% in compliance when it comes to length, depth, and side yard setback. We have submitted a complete application to forestry, and it seems that they haven't had a chance to review it completely until the day they wrote their comments. So the reason we're doing this change is just a matter of goodwill and also to satisfy committee that we're doing everything that we can do in order to comply with the zoning bylaw when it comes to the northeast corner of the property. We have no objection for a committee to place the usual order for forestry that we have to submit a complete application and we have to secure ravine control permits as well. So I hope that the revision we've done and the explanation we've done regarding the northeast corner satisfies committee for adjustment. Regarding Mr. Poliso's comments, I've done quite a few houses on Richfield. Two of them that back onto the ravine. One of them is the one that Mr. Polisos has commented on, which is his neighbor. For that house, actually, we went to committee for adjustment back about 14, 15 years ago. We requested a 3.6 front yard setback variance. The house is taller than the one we're proposing. It's closer to the top of slope. So I actually went back to the drawings. So number 8 is actually 13.1 meter to the top of slope, the actual top of slope, whereas we are 24 meters away. There's a spatial separation between the houses of 72 meters, including the ravine in between. So in the summer, you can't even see the houses in between them from the backyard. The length variance, which seems to be the main issue, is, as I explained, it includes that lower level garage. The main 2-story portion of the house is completely in compliance. It's actually less than 17 meters, and I was trying to emphasize the point is we do not have a depth variance, just to prove the point that we do comply with the bulk of the house. So let's just say, for argument's sake, if committee decides to disallow the length variance, all that's going to happen is we're going to chop off that garage, which is basically where the existing one is. The main part of the house will still remain as is, intact. And I'm happy to answer any further questions.
Okay. Just before we move on, could you please be clear to which variance you're changing it to, what you're changing it to, and don't start to explain it in the middle. Just tell us what number and what you're changing it to.
Sure. I'm just bringing up the site plan that we submitted on January 27. So it's variance number 2, Mr. Chair, which is the proposed side yard setback. So I'm just going to read it out. The proposed side yard setback on the north wall is 1.52 meters for the front, 13.86 meters only.
Okay, that's the only change you're making.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, as far as the comments you're making about the forestry, up to now we just said subject to forestry, and you go deal with them. So in the past, when we said forestry, we had to sit and discuss what forestry means, and we had to be involved with the trees and the size and what's one. So here we just do what we have on file. What we have in front of us is forestry condition number 3. That's all we have. Anything that you submitted to them and they understand it, you can deal with them. That's all we have in front of us.
Mr. Chair, condition number 3 is to deny the application.
Well,
that's why I'm saying is
this is what we have in front of us.
That's fine. So what I'm presenting to you, Mr. Chair, is instead of tagging condition number 3, is to just make the application subject to forestry approval.
Okay, and
but if you say
you did submit the information.
Mr. Chair, if you just hold on for a second, we'll put up a forestry memo.
Okay. Yeah, please. Yeah, because that's all I have in front of me.
Okay, I'm referring to the ravine one.
Okay.
Which is this one here. It's I'm just going to bring it up myself. It's the one dated January 26 from Yaroslav Medwitsky.
January 26. Okay, so that's after we. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
That's the one I'm referring to, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right. So just say forestry.
Not this one. There's another one. There's another one from Yaroslav. They sent, for some reason, they sent 2 memos on the same date. This one and a second one, which has their 1, 2, 3 conditions.
Yes.
Not.
Yes. Yeah, that's the one.
And That's the one where the number 3 refers to denial of the application. But what I've tried to explain is we've eliminated any variances related to the trees, and we're okay with the general condition of forestry.
So you did respond to them. Okay, all right. So, okay, so
Correct.
Okay, so in this case, we'll do, but generally we have to mention the condition. Okay. All right, members, any question?
It's still subject.
Could you please remove that? I don't see the members. Okay, now I see them. Any question? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Again, we don't hear you. We see your mouth move, but we don't hear you. I think it's.
Thank you, sir. My question to Mr. Manius is variance number 6 and number 7. Sir, I want to ask, these are existing conditions, right?
Yes, Mr. Khan.
So why did you put it?
Because if we were doing a renovation to the house, we wouldn't need to put it. But anytime you build a new house, the way the city looks at the application is as if there's nothing there. So they consider as if the building hasn't been built yet, the ancillary structure. So this is just to maintain the existing condition.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other question? No? If not, can I have a motion then, please? Anyone for a motion? Going once? Mr. Khan. Mr. Khan, go ahead, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm taking the staff recommendation about this application, and I'm using their approval wordings. The front yard setback and building length be developed in accordance with the site plan drawings attached to this report, approved with forestry conditions.
That's your motion, right? Okay.
That's right, sir.
Okay, who's seconding it? I have 2 seconds here. Can I have 1 second, please?
I
No.
thought there was a change that was made by the applicant.
Yeah, he mentioned them, huh?
Yes, thank you very much. Yes. One change, I couldn't get it, but that change has to be referred to. Thank you. Yes.
I can second that.
Thank you. And okay, seconding by Ms. Sankar. All in favor? Opposed? Oh, okay. Thank you. Just a second. Mr. Kayat, are you for or against?
I'm for the proposal. Was there a forestry condition? Did we decide to
mentioned forestry,
put in a general forestry condition?
Yeah. Forestry, just in this
It's
case,
not.
we removed number 2.
Mr. Chair?
Okay.
Just to clarify, it is
I'm in
not,
favor.
just to clarify, it is not a general forestry condition. We put up a memo from Ravine that said, if you choose to approve this, this is the condition that they are recommending you put on.
Well, we said subject to forestry. We can mention the date of the delay. We don't have the date. Do you have the date of it?
Yes, it's on
Yeah.
the screen.
Yeah, the date is over there when it's forestry. So the forestry has this one. So we don't have to mention any condition.
No, Mr. Chair, if we go down, the condition is number 1.
So is it condition number 1, yeah?
Yeah, right there. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay, Mr. Khan. Mr. Khan?
Yes, sir.
You said subject to forestry, right?
Right.
Okay, now the letter they're showing right now they got, it says condition number 1. So if you're okay with that, we'll move on.
Well, sir, I don't have it in front of me, so I don't know what the wordings are.
I know I didn't have it either, but now the forestry is asking for condition number 1. That's all you have to know.
Okay, sir, we'll go with that.
Okay, and was seconded by Mr. Kidd. Did you second it? Yeah. Could you please remove that?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, I will second that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Kidd. All in favor? Opposed? Mr. Tarod is opposing. You can mark that down. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Manios, your application is approved, subject to the forestry condition number 1. Letter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Staff condition per site plan. What do we have? We have how many? We have 2. We have 4. Anybody needs break, or we move on? Well, no, I'm for the majority. If you need a break, we'll have a break. How about a short break, okay? Just a short one. I see Ms. Sankar said no, we're just having a short break. How about 5-minute break, okay? 5 minutes recess. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're resuming the session and we're in 19, application number 19, which is 47 Danville Drive, application number 19. And here we have Ehsan Zarelian. Zarelian, are you there? Ehsan Zahirian.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, could you please state your name and address for us, please?
Yes, my name is Ehsan Zarayan. The address is 448 Easier Street, in Richmond Hill.
Thank you. So we have here, that's for a new dwelling. We have 3 variances. Staff report has to modify number 1 as per applicant. That means you advise the staff that you're going to changing variance number 1, and we have 3 letters of objection. So we have few people to speak. Therefore, we need you to make a small presentation, please, 5 minutes, and cover that's the changes you want to make. Okay.
That's correct. Yes. Yes, Mr. Chair and committee members, we propose only 3 items. One item is about the front yard setback. According to the zoning bylaw, we have to have the average of the neighbors, which is 9.94 meters front yard setback. We originally proposed 7.5 meters. However, based on the planning staff recommendation and based on the neighbors' concern, we changed that number to 8.5 meters, item number 1. Item number 2, we are only requesting for 20% of the side wall to be over 7.5 meters permitted height for the side wall, only 20% of the wall to accommodate 2 windows for a bedroom and a bathroom. And item number 3, based on the old zoning bylaw of North York, we are permitted to have the height of 8.8 meters from the midpoint of the road. And because of the distance between the established grade and the midpoint of the road is almost 1 meters, we are proposing the midpoint of the roof at 9.51 meters.
Okay. Yeah, just to confirm the records, you said variance number 1 from 9.4 to 8.8, is it?
No, we originally proposed 7.5 meters.
Yes.
We are changing that number to 8.5 meters.
8.5. Okay, I had on my...
Yes, according to the plan. Yes, according to the planning staff recommendation.
8.5, huh? Okay.
Correct.
Okay, anything else?
No.
Okay, we're going to call. We have a couple more speakers, and we'll come back to you. We have here Susan Schwab. Are you there? Susan Schwab.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Could you please state your name and address for us?
Yes, Susan Schwab at 49 Danville Drive.
Thank you. And tell us what's your concern.
Well, first of all, thank you for accepting my letter expressing my concerns. Just a minute. I'm just going to, turn that off. So my chief concern, I appreciate the setback being changed. It's still 4.5 feet added to the footprint of the house. Because of the projection in the back of the house, a kitchen on the first level, and the garage in the front of the house, and the garage in the front of the house, which is also 1 level, there will be a second story on each projection, and the footprint will obviously be increased. Aside from these additions, not really additions, but they'll be incorporated into the new dwelling. The elevation and these two additions will block the sun considerably, as well as my views. Also, because the north wall, which is even higher than the rest of the elevation, 20%, it is directly adjacent to my house and has several windows. The reason it was being increased was to accommodate the windows, which in fact will cause a loss of privacy for me. Previously, there was only one window on that side of the house at floor level on the first floor. And I mean, basically, those are my chief concerns: the height and the setback, which is still of 4.5 feet, causing a true blockage of my view and the sun. I'm a gardener, and without that sun, things are going to suffer, including me. I think that's, basically what I have to say. There's only one question I have, and that was the issue I addressed in my letter regarding the elevation of 47 Danville, which is higher than my property. And I was wondering if the drainage issue had been considered.
Okay, we'll get the agent come back. In the meantime, any question for the speaker? Okay, next one is Haley Goodman. Are you there?
Yes.
Can you please state your name for us and address?
My name's Haley Goodman. I'm at 14 Breen Crescent, and I'm a backyard neighbor.
Thank you. So please tell us your concern.
Thank you. I have a couple of concerns, one similar to the previous speaker. The height above the maximum permitted building height of close to 1 meter. The proposed new building height would definitely cause a reduction of the light to my property from the northwest. I face the north, so my property really relies on sunlight coming from the west. And these properties have very shallow backgrounds relative to the size of the homes. So this reduction in light would be quite obvious for my property. I'm also really concerned about the loss of privacy. The east rear elevation, and I don't know if we can take a look at that, but it shows exorbitant amount of windows. I mean, literally the whole back of the house is a bunch of windows, and that's facing right onto my house, my kitchen and my children's bedrooms. And I'm very concerned about that. So that's another point. There's a 2-story extension on an extension on the east side that will also cause a significant reduction in sight lines from the rear of my house towards the north. And I guess my last point is the size and height of this house is really not in keeping with the rest of the homes that I'm looking out at. This is kind of a monster, big, large home. And I just don't believe it's in keeping with the character of the rest of the homes in this particular area. So,
okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for this speaker? Okay, so yeah, that's all we have. Mr. Ishan Zarian, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Could you please respond to those concerns?
Yes, of course. Yeah, we totally understand and respect neighbors' concerns, but as you may know, we are permitted to build exactly the same scale of building with the same maximum height of 10 meters, with the same lot coverage of 35%, which we are less than that, with the with the maximum length of 17 meters, which we are proposing 15.7 meters. So we are not exceeding any kind of zoning bylaw restrictions. Even if we move or push the building back, we are causing more issues regarding the privacy, sun shading, or even there are 2 trees at the back of the building. So we believe our proposal is minor, only 3 items, mainly dealing with the site condition. We are permitted to have 2-story house. We are permitted to have 10 meters of height. We are permitted to have 35% of lot coverage. We are not requesting any of these things from Committee of Adjustments. We are just dealing with the site condition and constructability difficulties. We totally understand their concern, but even if we get rejected in this meeting, it doesn't change the building scale. We are permitted based on the zoning bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Any questions? Could I see the members, please? Okay, any questions for the speaker? No? Then can I have a motion then, please? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm taking the advice of the and the recommendation of the staff from the staff, and variance number 1 has been modified. Front setback has been revised to 8.5 meters, and I'm reading now the recommendation from the staff. We developed substantially in accordance with the main wall height as shown on the north side elevation drawings attached to this report. Move for approval.
Can I have a second, please? Do you have a second? Ms. Ankar seconding. All in favor? Opposed? Ms. Atarodi is opposing. And sir, your application is approved based on that change and the...
So, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Yes.
The reason I oppose is that city staff didn't have any other condition rather than changing variance number 1.
That's all, yeah. Yeah.
So, that the additional condition was done by Mr. Khan, correct?
Yeah, he mentioned the change of the
Variance number 1.
variance number, yeah, from to 8.5 to 8.5 meters.
Right.
That's it, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Is that answer your question? I think what you're saying is
It's apart from that modification, which the applicant also provided, Mr. Khan had another condition that my question, I just said the reason I oppose is that I couldn't see it on the recommendation section.
Yeah.
If I may, Mr. Chair, can I just, the condition that he added is right at the end of the comments section. It's not in the recommendation section of the staff report as it usually is. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, so it's there. And the main thing is the change to 8.5 meter. So we have Mr. Khan has the motion. Ms. Sankar seconded it, and all in favor. Now, Ms. Sankar, are you for or against? Ms. Atarodi, are you for or against? For, thank you. Okay, so unanimous. Okay, so unanimously approved based on that conditions, okay?
Thank you so much.
Item number 20, which is 166 Lord Seaton Road, application number 20. And this is, we have Mehdi Ajvand, are you there?
Mr. Chair, if I may, before the applicant speaks, there is one person to speak to this. They're not present, however.
For number 20?
Right, item number 20, there appears to be an Amir Sharifi.
Yeah, Amir Sharifi, yeah.
Yeah, they're not present.
Oh, good. So there's only one. Okay, thank you. Thanks. Okay, so we have just one. Okay, so Mr. Mehdi Ajvand, are you there?
Hi, Mr. Chair. This is Nushin Mozaffari from Hyphen Studio. I'm here on behalf of my client, owner of 166 Lord Seaton. My colleague Mehdi couldn't make it today, so I am representing the case.
Thank you, and I'm sorry I didn't get that name. What's the name again? What's your name again?
My name is Nushin, Nushin, Noushin. Last name Mozaffari, Mozaffari.
Thank you. Okay.
Sorry, if I may, Mr. Chair. There is an Ali Sharifi that has entered the event, so perhaps we should check on that afterwards.
He came back again. Yeah. Okay, so we'll have another one. Okay, so I'm just advised that there's another person. Therefore, we need you to make a presentation. So we have here. This is for third floor, right? And 14 variances. Staff report is asking only to build according to the elevation drawings. Transportation is asking to defer until requested materials is submitted. And forestry condition 1 and 2, and we have 26 letters of support. So please make your presentation, and you can address the concern of the deferral that is being asked by the transportation.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. I think you are referring to another application. This is an application for
no. Excuse me, sorry.
New build single family dwelling.
Yeah. Sorry. Lord Seaton. We have here 12 variances, transportation. Okay, so please go ahead, make your presentation, because we have one more speaker here.
Okay. This application has been before committee on September 8th, and as you can compare with the previous application, we have made considerable improvements on several variances. Mainly, the front setback is increased to 8.46, which is more than a meter improvement. The length is reduced by 2.5 feet, and the encroachment of the architectural feature at the front is reduced by 1.5 meters. So it's 2.02 now versus 3.66 in the previous application. And also variances for landscaping and landscaping area and circular driveway are removed. If you look at my presentation material, I will address the main variances based on this. The red portion on this diagram shows the existing house, and as you see, the front setback of the existing house is even less than what we are proposing. And in our proposal, only that portion that is shown on in green color is encroaching into the front setback. As you see, the property has an irregular shape, and there is a curve at the front, and the shape that we are proposing for the building footprint is continuing the pattern of the neighborhood at the front. The next page, if you can see, only 30% of the width at the front is encroaching to the required front setback, and the rest has even more setback than required. And as you see, the building is somehow staggered, so the south portion is lined up with the neighbor in terms of the front setback and also the length, and also the north portion is lined up with the other neighbor. For the length, if you go to the page 5 of my presentation material, the length that we are asking for is measured from the front main wall to the very back of the rear wall. But since the building is staggered, if you can just go to page 5, please. The actual length on each side is almost 17 meters, and the footprint of the building has designed in a way to have the minimum impact on the neighbors. For side setback, if you go to page 6, please. Yeah, this was for the length, and this is for the side setback. Only those 3 small triangles that are shown on the south side are not complying with the required setback. One of these 3 is even cantilevers, and it's not touching the ground. And those 3 small triangles are non-compliant portions. And the variance for the setback of the eaves is triggered because of these portions also, and these numbers are taken to the pitch points of the building. The rest, I think, are very clear, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. We have one, apparently one more speaker just showed up. Is it Amir Sharifi, right? Is he on? Amir Sharifi, that's the one we had here before. Okay.
There is an Ali Sharifi, however, I'm unable to unmute them.
You're able or unable?
Unable.
Unable. So, and this Amir Sharifi didn't show up, huh?
There's no Amir Sharifi, but there is an Ali Sharifi.
I see. So. Well, here the sheet showed Amir. Okay. All right. So there is no other speaker except for this agent. Members, any question? There is no. We thought there was one more speaker, but there is none. Any question for this speaker here? No questions? Okay, so if no questions, can I have a motion then? Mr. Kidd? Mr. Kidd, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It appears to me that the applicant has worked closely with the city to come up with an appropriate proposal for this property. I'm going to put forward a motion to
Mr. Chair, sorry to interrupt.
accept the application.
I hate to interrupt a motion, Mr. Chair, but Ali Sharifi is on the phone. He wishes to speak to this.
Yeah, I think we're in the committee. What do you think, Mr. Secretary? Well, just tell me, should we get him in?
Yes, but the member would have to withdraw a motion if it had started?
They didn't make the motion yet.
Okay.
Mr. Kidd, you are in the middle.
I'll withdraw that motion.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, because we had the person on the line. We lost them. They came back. We lost them, and now they came back. So we're sorry. Let's hear them.
I understand.
We'll come
That's
back
fine.
to you. Okay. Okay, so what is it, Amir?
Yes.
Mr. Sharifi, you're you're on a speaker. You can talk.
What's the name, Amir?
Hello.
Oh, we're going to hear him from there.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Could you please?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi. Could you please state your name and address for us?
Okay, should I connect by WebEx or speak on the phone?
Just speak on the phone right
Well, we hear you.
Okay,
You can
fine.
speak. Speak up.
Okay, so basically, I've already made this in writing. Sorry. Should I continue?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I've already made this in writing for the second time by my email a couple of days back. Our concerns, as mentioned, are the setback from the side that is facing our property and the height of the building. Unfortunately, I've been waiting a long time. I'm driving now. I'm just parked on the corner, and I don't have the measurements off the top of my head. But as mentioned in my letter, which you should have on file, our main concern is the setback on the front, the height, and how far they are from our northern wall, which does obstruct lighting into my family room. I've already made this point earlier on in these couple of lines I made to you. If that's available to you, that's all I want.
That's it. Okay. Thank you. We'll see if the members. Do you have any question for this gentleman? He's on the phone. We don't hear him on there. Okay. There's no question. Okay, Mr. Kate. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Kate, we're back to your thing. Sorry about that. So please give us your motion again.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Having listened to both sides of this application, I still feel that the applicant has worked with city staff to come up with an appropriate submission. And I'm going to put forward a motion to accept the application subject to the conditions set out by planning staff in the report dated January 26, and subject to forestry condition number 2, 3, and 4, and subject to transportation conditions set out in the transportation services report dated January 26. That's all.
Thank you. That's perfect with the date. Second.
Also, Paul, could you kindly add condition 1 and 2 from the planning staff? Number 1 is the site existing main wall heights be developed in accordance with the north and south side elevation drawings attached to this report. Number 2, the front yard setback be developed in accordance with the site plan drawings attached to this report. And rest you have also mentioned.
Yeah. I mentioned the planning staff conditions, but thank you for reading those out. That's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Kitts mentioned the date. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Second, Mr. Khan. All in favor? Okay, unanimous. Okay, so your application is unanimously approved, subject to those conditions. Okay. Now we have.
Thank you.
We have application number 21, which I had some information confused. 551 GLENGROVE Avenue, application number 21. And here we have Sarah Efrah. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, good afternoon. Could you please, we don't have any other person speaking, but we have here, this is application for the third floor and other additions, 14 variances. Transportation is asking to defer until requested material is submitted. Staff report is asking only to develop elevation drawings. We have forestry condition 1 and 2, and we have 26 letters of support. So could you please give us a presentation. We'll give you your 5 minutes from now and tell us what's the merit of this application.
Okay, sure. I just want to note there's also counselor support on file. If you refer to the staff comments and also the drawings that I had sent in, essentially exactly that, oh, we can back up. That one was perfect. Essentially what's happening is inside the roof of this house, there's a loft space that we needed to legalize. So technically the house from the outside hasn't changed at all from the 1995 permitted house. It's just really legalizing what's inside the current house now. So transportation did kind of come in late with a report, and then I sent a response to that. And Emily said that you can pull it up in the late submissions material, but that basically addresses the questions of transportation. The front driveway, again, similar to the house, is really not changing from the existing. We're putting the stairs back to where they were before. And if you kind of get to that answer that I had for transportation, you can see the overlay. The driveway is a 2-car driveway existing. We're rebuilding the same. We're simply going from the mess that's there. So if you can see the overlay here, and if you scroll to the next picture, you can see there's just essentially landscape walls crumbling. It's overgrown. We're doing the same thing, but neatening it up. So transportation, I did send that to them. They said they'll review it and they understand better now, but I guess they didn't send anything else in. So that's to address the transportation concerns. I don't think there's any impact due to the fact that we're essentially putting back exactly what was there, except less overgrown and safer. If we go back to some of the variances, then I did send in quite a bit of correspondence explaining them. But if we look at variance number 1 and number 2, this is talking about that driveway. So again, we're essentially putting back what is there today, just neater and safer. Variance number 3 is talking again about the width of the driveway. Similarly, the driveway that exists there is shifted over a little bit. We're just neatening it up in a straight line and putting a 2-car driveway back as it was originally. Number 4 refers to the number of stories. Now, this is a technical variance we've come across before. I had one before this committee at 561, although they actually removed the roof and built a 3rd story. That's not the case here. The loft space is in the roof already. So we're just essentially legalizing a condition that's within the roof. And what brings on the 4-story variance is the new bylaw that states that the floor closest to established grade is floor 1, which makes the basement floor 1. Then the living room, dining room, and kitchen become floor 2. The bedroom areas become floor 3, and what's in the roof becomes floor 4. So it's a technical variance. Looks no different on the outside. The roof is not being rebuilt. Number 5 is then referring to the platform. So what happens is, because it's called a 4-story house, our regular porch at the front of the house and our deck at the back of the house are now called balconies. They're not actually balconies. They exist as they are there today at the front. And the porch at the back is actually being moved to the west side and actually made a little bit smaller. It's not as big as the one that exists there today, again, because the deck was falling apart at the back. The front yard setback, I want to be sure that that's clear as well. Nothing is changing on the outside of the house that you can see from both these drawings, both at the front elevation and that overall height, but at the side elevation where it says as-built house at the top of the page. What's happening is, underneath our newly rebuilt stairs, we have a little space that we could put garbage bins and keep the raccoons away. So that's now being considered our front yard setback. But if you look at scroll up a little bit so we can see the side elevations there. No, down, I guess down a little. No, keep going down. Yeah, you can okay. You can see on that side elevation, the 2 comparisons. Scroll down a little bit more for my drawings. On the 2 comparisons, you can see that there's no difference on the actual built form of the house. Again, you got to scroll down a little bit to where the 2 side elevations are. I think we have to make a change here, guys, that we can control what we're showing. In any case, I think you understand and you get the picture because you guys had this for a while. So that explains the front yard setback, and then the stairs, there we go, that's the drawing. And then the stairs are being built the same width as they were before. Again, just neater and safer. And then when we talk about, again, the platforms, it's the same situation. The height, because it's a new bylaw, but you can see the as-built house and the, I know I have 19 seconds left, and the proposed are the same. And again, if there are any questions, really all of these things refer to the house being categorized in a different way because of the new bylaw. The outside 3D is not changing.
Are you finished? Yeah.
I don't think I have a choice. My 5 minutes is up.
Members, any question for the speaker? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question to Ms. Ifra is about variance number 3. The transportation services requires more information. Have you been able to provide more information and clear this variance number 3?
As I said in the beginning of the presentation, the transportation report came in late. I did have discussions with transportation and sent them the information they required that you saw on the slide that we pulled up that showed the overlay of the old driveway and the new driveway. So they said to me, oh, well, we understand that's much clearer now, we'll review it. They did not send in anything else after that, so I cannot speak to how they feel about it. But I think I did make clear from the discussions I had with them that the information they needed, they were satisfied with, but there weren't either many changes from what exists. It was simply cleaning up an existing condition.
Now, ma'am, coming to this situation, you don't know, we don't know what is their version would be. Would you like to defer your application until it is decided, or you want to go on?
As I understand it, I have to ask for a deferral in the beginning of my presentation, which I did not do.
Well,
thank you.
No, Ms. Ifra, if we decide we don't like to defer an application after we discuss it. However, if we have to, we're not going to move on just because we don't have to. So they're asking, I mentioned in the beginning that the transportation was asking for deferral. So this, if you say yes or no, we'll make a decision, yes or no. You don't want to defer it, do you?
I'm checking with my client at the moment. Give me one more second. Okay, so my client would like to defer the application.
Okay, all right. As I mentioned, we really don't like it, but we discussed it and we spent a few some time, but that's okay. We don't have anybody else listed here. So members, there is a request for transportation, and the applicant is agreeing to the deferral. So can I have a motion to defer? Ms. Satarodi?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I put forward a motion to defer the application sine die as per applicant request, so that they can deal with the transport.
Sine die, thank you.
Yes, sine die.
Thank you. Second? Oh, I have 2 seconds. Okay, Mr. Kidd was first. And all in favor? Opposed? Ms. Sankar is opposing. Okay, so your application is deferred sine die, and you can discuss with the transportation and come back, okay? So.
All right, thank you.
And Ms. Ifra, I was reading in the correspondence, that you became a grandmother?
Oh, yes, I did. Thank you. Yes, I did.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
I read too much stuff. Okay.
You're doing your homework. You're reading.
Okay. Number
Thank you.
22, which is 164 Willowdale Avenue. And yeah, 22, which is 164 Willowdale Avenue. And here we have a 22. We have Sherwin Farzam. Are you there?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee members. This is Sherwin Farzam from the Sand Homes Inc.
Thank you.
The location on the 22 Allerton Road.
Okay, thank you. So we have here, it's an addition, an ancillary building, 4 variances. Transportation is okay if they have some conditions. So could you please, because we have one more speaker, we need, let me check with the staff. Is this Raymond Zara online?
Mr. Chair, it appears that they are not present.
They are not. Okay, so all we have is the applicant, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have just one applicant, and then we have 4 variances. Transportation is okay with coverage, with conditions. Members, do we need a presentation?
Yes, actually, the existing building using as a retail store, and the tenants want to extend the storage area in the back of the building to use the extra storage space.
Now, the agent.
Yes.
The agent. Could you please just hold 1 second?
Yes, correct.
I'm asking the staff, the members, and if they don't need a presentation, do we or we don't? If we don't need the presentation, no. Okay, sir, we don't need the presentation. Would you like to add something before we move to the decision?
No, sir.
You don't have anything to add. Okay, all right. Then, members, do I have Ms. Sankar? Ms. Sankar, go ahead.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. I've looked at this application and I feel pretty comfortable with it. I do believe it meets the 4 tests, so I will motion to approve this application and make it subject to the conditions listed in the January 26th transportation report, where they've attached a few conditions. Removing all physical obstructions with the proposed driveway, etc. It's conditions 1 and 2.
Thank you. And second?
Condition number 2 and 3. Condition 2 and 3.
I have just transportation okay with conditions. Ms. Sankar, did you mention any number of transportation? The transportation is
Yeah, we're in committee, so he shouldn't really speak. It's subject to transportation conditions.
Condition. Okay, thank you. And second, do I have second? Mr. Kitts, seconding, all in favor? All in favor? 2 opposed? 2 opposing and 2 favor, 2. Okay, so we have here is a very, it's a straightforward. I was concerned about lot coverage, but I'll go with the motion, and we'll approve it subject to the transportation condition of January 26. So, sir, your application is approved, subject to the transportation condition of January 26. And this terminates our.
Thank you very much.
This terminates our segment of the morning, which is only 1 hour late. So, could we have? We're going to get a short break.